James be able to do that this year, Mark.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah.
Let's try and get it fixed up tomorrow. 6 winners, we're done.
See you, mate. Hey, go back to the NFL. We
Yeah.
appreciate you joining us. Well done.
I will. Thank you. Go Chiefs. See you later.
Yeah, go Chiefs. There's the champ, Mark Sarah. We'll take a break. David Gately to join me next.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. On Giddy Up, it's time for Gators Game Plan with David Gately.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. There is a problem, I think. I think we're fixing with the app there in Sydney. It's okay now. We apologise for that. But if you missed that Mark Sara interview, I think there was ads playing over the top. All you need to do is subscribe to Giddy Up with Gareth Hall with your local podcast subscriber, and you can listen to that interview with Mark Sara. He is entertaining at the moment. He's on fire. And there is a problem with the stream. We're trying to fix that as we speak. So, on our YouTube channel with those text messages coming through, you can still listen to us on the RSN and SEN app as we speak, and also your local SEN and RSN dial. It's 24 minutes past 8. Let's welcome in the great man, David Gately. Hello to you, Gator.
Hello, mate. Yes, when the weather turns a bit biblical,
Yes.
the streams have some issues, don't they?
Yes.
Certainly down my way, but we're all doing our best, and
Yep.
what a fabulous day's racing it was on Saturday, and all eyes on Tuesday, tomorrow, Melbourne Cup Day.
So we're going to look back a little bit, but look forward to Cup Day with the special Gators game plan. So looking forward to that. But first of all, back to what happened there on Saturday, mate. I was on track along with you. You did a wonderful job, they tell me, on the Channel 9 coverage. But how good is racing? It's just so bloody great to be part of this beautiful game and that we all love. Like, I'm so proud of the sport. It's it had its challenges, of course, but geez, it's back, isn't it? When you see the younger demographic, especially there at Flemington, all understanding what Derby Day is all about, dressed in black and white. Kylie Rogers and her team at the VRC have done an extremely good job, along with RV. But to have the entertainment that the equine athletes delivered for us, along with the participants, like Pride of Jenny Gator, she excites everybody. That roar was something special there at Flemington. And for me, it doesn't get any better. So it was a beautiful day for racing there on Saturday.
Yeah, look, well summed up. I think there was a glimpse last year that, inverted commas, racing was back through the 4 days. We had 4 spectacular weather days last year, and there was a great vibe out there. I think that most of the general public are embracing the fact that, we actually love the horses. We love the sport. That's first and foremost, beyond the punt. And that's everyone you speak to in racing. That's the first thing they tell you. They fall in love with the horse first.
Yeah.
And the betting aspect and that side of it and that challenge is a hell of a lot of fun, but it's secondary. The entertainment on top was fabulous. And as you're right, it's all about the athletes themselves. Tentaris was absolutely dynamite. Great call from Maddie Hill. Exploded through, perfectly summed up. Pride of Jenny, back to her. What she does best. An observer. And a few in that race, in the Derby, may turn out to be, buck the recent trend of that race and become, exceptional horses into their second half of their three-year-old year and beyond.
Tentaris, we just had Mark Sara on the line, and I asked him the question, Giga Kick or Tentaris? Now, he's with Giga Kick, of course, because he can't ride Tentaris that way. I think Craig Williams will pick up that ride. Jolly Star and Tentaris now equal favourites. Can the Colt win? Obviously, he was so dominant there the other day and ran time, Gator. How do you assess that race now?
Well, I mean, my first thought is, well, if Tempted beat All Barcayian Rising in an Everest, why can't Tentaris measure up to the second level, So Tempted's beaten home, Jolie Star there. So that immediately puts Tentaris right in it for mine.
Yeah. So that's going to be a great race. And then that Champions Mile, when you've got, this is going to be nearly the race of the carnival, really. So just going through the market now for the Champions Mile, you've got Brightside 340, Charwell 450. We'll go there now because Pride of Jenny's going to be there at 450. Treasure the Moment at $5.50. Steffi Magnetica at $9 and Lake Forest at $13. Now, what a race that is, Gator.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to the feedback on the Lake Forest ride, no matter what happens.
Yes, Maureen. I think Tommy Margwan's been booked. He'll be at Flemington on Saturday, yes.
Yeah.
No
he's a bit hard. He's hard to upset, Tommy, isn't he?
Yeah.
But yeah, what a race it is. But it will be. Can't wait for the final day. But gee, that's a light year away still.
Yeah, 100%. So Pride of Jenny, what did you make of her performance in that race there on Saturday? Mark Sara made a good point too, Gabe, when we were talking to him. He goes, it's just like she's so difficult to ride against, especially if you've got that horse that can't be used up to follow her. And he goes, well, people go, well, why don't you settle closer to her? And he goes, well, our horses don't have the capabilities to run those sectionals and pull out and chase her and keep going like she can. Unless she gets taken on in the early part, it's really difficult. So, and he said if you've probably had his time again, he would have tried to jump out with Like a Lucy and maybe chase her a little bit early doors instead of going in behind him. But she's such a difficult horse to ride if you've got no one that can be a natural on-pace type of horse in that race.
Yeah, no, it's exactly right. I mean, you cannot ride you cannot use your energy stores at the wrong part of the race. I mean, how many humans have done a half marathon or a full marathon and gone too hard, Ks 3 to 6, and it really impacts your finishing time and where you finish. So your job is to get the best out of your individual athlete. That's your job. Yeah. It's not your job to beat Pride of Jenny. Well, it is in a way, but you can't do it by getting your race wrong. Is the simple answer. Look, she was great on Saturday. I think she obviously crossed and led. Now the first section wasn't dynamite, only a length or so above average, but then she goes 4 lengths clear at the 1,000, about 4.5 lengths above average that midsection. And then 10 lengths clear at the 600. Then it becomes a real mathematical challenge for those behind. She was sort of stopping the last 400, but she won by 4.5 lengths. So, it was perfectly judged ride. I had sort of Idle Fly, who was off the map, backed to me. I tipped her on top. Double figures into 360 favourite. I thought, I've got this one right. And I had her tracking Pride of Jenny within a couple of lengths, taking over at the top of the straight and holding off the swoopers. But she didn't make it turn up on the day, and it was all Pride of Jenny fangirl was okay. It was interesting. Second through to ninth was 2.5 lengths. So she was in one race and they were all competitive in another.
There's a few horses there got welcome to Jenny's world, basically like Idle Fly. It's a little bit different to benchmark racing in a way. And then she just puts the foot down like she does in the middle stages. So, it was a great race. And then just the last question I want to ask you about the Wakeful. A few of those horses heading towards, of course, the VRC Oaks on Thursday afternoon. Get a good feelings at $1.90. Mark Sarah says that's probably a good price. She's definitely the horse to beat. The weather's probably a little concern, because you just don't know if she'll get through it. But that was arrogant there in a Wakeful.
Yeah, look, she was far too good. The margin wasn't 4.5 like Jenny, but she never looked in danger and did seem to float a little bit when she hit the front and, ears prick. So there's a bit left in the tank. I can't see anything behind her in that race beating her. And I'm not sure what's coming down from Sydney for the Oaks on Thursday. So, the track, subject to what happens in the next few days weather-wise, we know it'll dry well if we get some fine weather, but that's another aspect of the form we have to dissect.
Horses to follow from that Derby meeting?
Well, I mean, who's going to turn up on the final day, and even all stakes day at Caulford? There's a few to follow. I liked the run of Inzudo, probably should have won. Yeah. We've mentioned Tentyrus, and we almost had a fill up with Flying for Fun. She was terrific, but New York Luster is a shade too strong for us. There's a couple out of that last race who, if they find their right race, and there's plenty of racing, can win for us soon, hopefully at a decent price.
It's like the Night Watchman. You played it perfectly, and he was there for like 10 overs, and he just played it out and knocked every ball through the covers, and he was looking the goods. And then the last ball of the day, you nick one to slip from a beauty. Can you believe it? And was so close. But anyway, it was great tipping.
Yeah. Hey, look, she was every chance. So we can't talk.
No. Time for the news. It's 8:33, and then on the other side of that, a special Cup Day Gators game plan coming your way. Send in your text messages 0499 736 736.
Powered by Signet, making SEN News headlines. Parliament resumes today for a second sitting week, with the Prime Minister back in the country spruiking the changes to bulk billing that came into effect on the weekend. House prices across the country have risen again in October, the 10th consecutive month of growth, and an increase of 7.5% in the past year. And a list of the top 10 full-time jobs that work the longest hours has been released. 9 newspapers say miners and farmers are topping the list. A driller's assistant works over 70 hours a week. sen.com.au sport coming up. In the NBL, the Adelaide 36ers have got up 90-88 against the Illawarra Hawks, and the Southeast Melbourne Phoenix down the Perth Wildcats 94-89. And the T20 series between Australia and India heads to Gold Coast Stadium on Thursday for Game 4, with the series tied at 1-1. The visitors winning Game 3 in Hobart overnight by 5 wickets.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
The field is Sedico. Oscar Schindler out very wide. Nothing like a Dane and Stately at the 300. They reached the lead together from Count Chivas, and then came Grey Shot and Skybo well back. It's Stately at the 200. Stately dashing 2 lengths in front. Cummings and Beedman. Cummings going for 10 and he's got it. Stately well clear of Count Chivas, nothing like a Dane, and Skybo, but Stately wins it easily from Count Chivas.
Yeah, the mighty Stately in 1996. He won the Cox Plate and the Melbourne Cup in that spring. Simon Morris, bad luck there, mate. Second with Count Chivas that year. And Gator, so many great memories in Melbourne Cups. What's your favourite Melbourne Cup?
Oh, geez, there's a question without notice. But I'm glad I tipped against Stately that day and said he wouldn't run the trip. That was great. Yeah, fell for that one a few times over the journey. But look, I'm going to default to might and power, given he won narrowly, but he fought. He was pestered for 3 kilometres and still beat them. He was something else, that horse.
Yeah. Hey, Gator, it's absolutely bucketing down at Flemington. So they've had about 15 meals this morning. Liam O'Keefe will join us after 9. He's just walking the track as we speak, but I reckon we'll be on the worst side of a soft 7. My tip is, I reckon. Yeah,
I'm working 7-8, bottom end heavy as well.
Correct.
I mean, if we only get a bit of drizzle on the Tuesday, we know how quickly the track drains, but there's not exactly great drying weather either.
Yeah.
15 degrees. What a most livable city. Yep.
Hey, it is the most livable city after what I know.
We got dropped down. We got back to 4th.
Yeah, that's debatable. But the weekend proved Melbourne's a great city with everything that was happening there on the weekend. But anyway, we've got to get to who's the first athlete that you're picking, Gator, on Melbourne Cup Day?
All righty, let's do it. Race 9, number 15, a horse called Surf and Bird. I wasn't sure what to expect at Caulfield. I was had a bit of time for the horse, and then watched her sit 4 wide, 3 and 4 wide, no cover all the way, race past them and blow them away. The margin significant, time extraordinary, some 16 lengths above average. She's been on wet tracks 3 times. She's won 2 of them. So I have to believe what I saw and make her the best. So that's race 9, number 15, Surf and Bird. On always a tough card, but it's a challenge we will accept.
Race 9, number 15, Surf and Bird. We'll get to our highlight and long division race, which is the Melbourne Cup, straight after the next break. But I want to have a chat about our D-Day horse there tomorrow.
Yeah, so race 5, a horse called Don Diego de Vega. He's not. look, he's had a really good prep
Yeah.
this time in. And what surprised me about his prep is it's all been on good tracks. You know, he's a wet tracker.
Yeah.
So he's running well in a St Ledger, in a Metrop. We saw that form franked to some extent in a Caulfield Cup. He had no hope against the Bias in the Bendigo Cup. When am I going to learn? Anyway,
Yeah.
he's just lengths better on wetter. I can't believe he's near double-figure odds. But it is also D-Day for him
Yeah.
and time to stand up because he gets what he needs, a wet track.
And the Night Watchman, this horse is very good first up for Kent and Michael Kent Jr. and Mick Price there in Sydney, Sabaj. And geez, Mark Sara gave him a good push as well this morning.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I didn't hear you with the audio, thanks. But
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it. But there were two black bookers out at the meeting. One was Cabalas
Yes.
and one was Sabaj. The other one was Sabaj. And he was outstanding, hopelessly hard. He wasn't even clear until the race was almost over, about 100 metres, and then flew at the line. Gee, I love seeing that. Never seen a wet track, but he's spread to handle it. So, look, there's some guesswork involved there, but he'll be the Night Watchman. There'll be a few in the quaddie, though. Hopefully we're alive.
It's 8:39. This is a special Gators game plan, of course, on Melbourne Cup Eve. We're going to take a break. On the other side of it, we'll preview the Group 1 Lexus Melbourne Cup with David Gately straight after this here on this Monday morning.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Gators Game Plan here on Giddy Up on this Monday morning. It's 8:45. It's a special Gators Game Plan as we get set for Melbourne Cup Day, and the highlight, of course, is the Melbourne Cup there tomorrow afternoon, Gator. Let's have a look at the Bet365 market. Half yours at $7.50. Our Riffer $8.50. It was as long as $10 a couple of days ago. Valiant King $8.50. Buckaroo at $9. Presage Nocturne at $9. River of Stars $17. Maidan $19. Absurd $19. Flatten the Curve $21. Vauban $26. One Smooth Operator at $26. Further at $26. Royal Supremacy at $29. Goody Two Shoes $34. Torresino at $34. Arapaho at $40-1. Middle Earth at $40-1, along with Chevalier Rose. And then Land Legend $61. More Felons $41. Parchment Party at $61. Smoke and Romans at $70-1, along with Changing of the Guard. And Athabascan is at $81. I reckon it's a beauty of a Melbourne Cup this year, Gator. A proper 2-mile handicap race. Wait for age stars in this race with Al Riffer and Buckaroo was second in a Cox Plate. 7 countries represented. Horses throughout the weights are in the market. I think it's just a proper race this time around to try and work out this puzzle. Of course, a handicap over 2 miles.
No, you're right. It's a fabulous race. And, you know, it's been our greatest race for 100 years. So I don't know why that would change. It was last year was probably the outlier or a bit of a throwback, you know, to the tough endurance athlete. Wasn't necessarily the classiest horse, but, gee, great toughness, great will to win, and would certainly stay. That was Knight's Choice. Was certainly aided the way the track was playing. They were an inside bias track last year. But look, he's still got to be good enough to win, and he was. The previous years, you're looking at the world-class athletes, you know, the Kipchoge's without a fight, Gold Trip, very elegant, a 10-time Group 1 winner, cross-counter rekindling, Twilight Payment, Almandan, Dunedin, Americane, you know, proper world-class horses. So that's what I'm defaulting back to, because I think it's more a regression to the way this race has evolved. Yep.
Yeah. All right. Who are you tipping, Gator? How are we playing this year's Melbourne Cup?
Well, it'd be un-Australian not to have a trifecta and a first four, so we're certainly doing that. But you're only allowed to have one on top, I think. I'd love to know what my strike rate would be if I could have 3 on top, but we can't. I'm going with Buckaroo. I think I did have him on top last year, and he drew very 563. Yes. They decided after watching 6 races on a mad inside bias track, you're going to go back to last and take off around the field at the 800. Terrific plan. Yeah. Terrific plan. Still loomed to win it somehow. And then the last 200, that 800-metre run took its toll because, you know, he's not far lap. Yeah. He's running the Cox 8. It was excellent. Obviously, chasing Beatrice Tender. He tested Sir Delius prior to that. He was everyone's favourite into this. So he'll love the wet ground. You know, he draws a gate this time to be within striking distance. He's my top pick. Presage Nocturnal, very good in the Caulfield Cup. Gap between runs, back in trip. He gets 2.5 kilos swing on half yours. He'll handle the wet. Half yours, if he's winning Group 1s on a dry track, I remember labelling him potentially the best wet tracker in the country a few months ago when he was winning a benchmark race. Yes. He can certainly win. And Valiant King will be my 4th pick. Then I've got El Riffer, Further, and Maidan, even River of Stars. They'll all be in the trifecta and exotics. But Buckaroo on top to answer your question in a long-winded way.
So Buckaroo, the 2, to redeem himself, not redeem himself, but after having no luck in last year's Melbourne Cup, to win this year's Cup for Gator from the French Galloper Presage Nocturne, the Caulfield Cup winner, half yours, and Valiant King. Like, Valiant King, hasn't he come a long way? Who would have thought he would be $8.50 at the start of the spring for a Melbourne Cup? Bring it on, Gator. It's going to be a great race, as we mentioned before. And I love the storylines as well. You got half yours. That's a wonderful storyline this year heading into the Cup. He'll start favourite. Even Terrazino, the horse from the Wimmera, And some are giving him a chance as well for Paul Pruska. So I reckon this Cup has it all in 2025. We'll take a break. On the other side of it, we'll get Gators' famous parlay 2 and 3 for Cup Day.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Gareth Hall with you, David Gately, for a special Gators game plan as we get set for Melbourne Cup Day. Gator, your parlay 2 and 3 before we get to a few questions.
Very cool with the music rolling in there too. Parlay 2-3 win Flemington. Race 2, horse number 3, McDane. He's going really well on dry tracks.
Yep.
He's a wet tracker. Race 9, number 15, Serpent Bird. We've mentioned her. And race 10, coming home.
Sabaj.
Horse, yeah.
Number
Sabaj,
8.
Horse number 8, that's the one. So give us strength there. And on generally a tough day to punt. But as I say, we're certainly taking up the challenge. That's what we do.
So race 2, number 3, race 9, number 15, race 10, number 8, the parlay 2 and 3 at Flemington. Host of text messages coming through. We won't get through all of them. But Toby says, morning, G-Man. How do you play when you really like a single horse in the Cup? Do you temper the confidence or embrace it? Valiant King looks prime with conditions to suit. I reckon embrace it, Toby. Take it one out in your first fours and your trifectas and see if you can get a bit of value, Gator. What would you do?
So I tend to row for them. So in that scenario, certainly in the first four, so for me, but for example, I'll take a box trifecta, but then I'll take a trifecta roving Buckaroo.
Yep.
And certainly a first four with Buckaroo as the rover. So even if he gets beaten, if he's beaten by something at 20, 30 to 1, it can pay enormous.
Hey, Gate, on with Absurd, top pick and third time lucky. He was very stiff not to win it last year. Al Riffa, half yours, and Buckaroo, top 4 picks as well. Your thoughts there from Winkers?
Yeah, he's not getting any younger, Absurd, is he? But look, his best recent form is over the hurdles, except for the good effort in the Caulfield Cup. So that puts him right in the race. As I say, I wish he was a year younger. I just wonder if it's beyond him now. But he's in my mixed ninth, top-rated runner.
Morning, boys. Good race, but geez, Grand Prairie looks a big price in race 8 tomorrow. Was given one of the lowest rides on earth in the Ming Dynasty. Ran very well. Let up, lovely return trial. $11 to $12 around looks a big price. It's not $12, is it? Peter Snowden's declared it to us, and he doesn't declare him, Pete Snowden, as he did the other day.
Well, the Oz Racing family will be happy. They was the best value bet of the day when I sent the email yesterday. I agree. That was like spotting them that bigger start on a mad bias track last start for Grand Prairie was baffling. Second was Autumn Boy in that race, a Group 1 winner. So he loves it wet, Grand Prairie. So, gee, I was pleasantly surprised when I saw double figure odds.
Race 8, number 3, Grand Prairie. Land Legend, I reckon he's the best roughie in the race, Land Legend, and a few people agree with me, Gator. Your thoughts?
Yeah, look, I'm going to work around him, but there aren't any I'll talk you out of in a Melbourne Cup. I think it's a race that, I was working for Best Bets for many years. I'd always just write back your judgment as a suggested bet. So that's the great fun about this race. He'll certainly stay. He's got to relax early. That's the key to him.
Caulfield Cup, are you concerned that it was a bunch finish, Gator, with the form coming out of that race?
Yes, but it's generally the best lead-up race. And even the Cox Plate rated down a little bit too. So going into this race, and I may have even said it on your show, I'm sort of leaning to the internationals. But then along comes Buckaroo, so I've defaulted back to him. But outside of him, I've got some internationals high up in my numbers. What
about further? Can he win the Melbourne Cup?
Yeah, look, I think the Northern Hemisphere 3-year-old thing, the recent trend is still right in the back, the forefront of my mind. Just not 100% sure how wet he wants it. But he plummets to 52 and 6th top-rated runner in all the exotics and the quaddy.
One word, Gator, Bossy Nick. A few questions coming through for her. Can she win the 9th?
I have her outside of my top 5, but I'm keen surfing birds.
Oz Racing fam, go to ozracing.com. You can get all of Gator's tips, and especially for Melbourne Cup week, it is a must. And you'll have them out the night before, Gator. So you've done a terrific job once again. Enjoy Cup Day. Thanks for your time as always, mate.
Been a pleasure. Good luck, punters.
There's David Gately there for a special Gators game plan. Chris Waller to join me next, along with Mark Hunter.
Good morning, I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. Optus executives are being grilled this morning at a Senate inquiry about the telco's deadly 000 failure. 3 deaths occurred during the outage affecting emergency calls in September. Liberal Senator Sarah Henderson telling Seven Australians deserve to hear the truth.
We need to ask Optus, was there testing? Did they submit a management plan? Did they follow the rules that were imposed by the regulator but didn't come into effect until the 1st of November? And that's a very big issue.
Australia's illicit tobacco syndicate has reportedly teamed up with a Chinese criminal network in a bid to dominate the country's vape market. According to 9 newspapers, there was a tip-off about a shipment containing over 115,000 Chinese-made Alibaba vapes with an estimated street value of $4.5 million. The contraband was concealed within one of thousands of containers intercepted, with plans to distribute the products to hundreds of shops nationwide. The motivation for a stabbing attack on a train in the UK remains unclear, but officials have ruled it out as an act of terrorism. 11 people were injured, 2 critically. A 32-year-old man has been arrested. And a new study has stressed that obstructive sleep apnea should be taken more seriously. It's found the condition may be linked to microbleeds in the brain that could impact your risk of dementia. Up next, sen.com.au sport. Thanks to Unibet, NFL this morning has seen wins to the Panthers over the Packers, the Bears 47-42 winners over the Bengals, the Vikings scoring a 3-point victory over Detroit, and the New England Patriots in a thriller over the Falcons. Coming up later today, it's the Commanders facing the Seahawks, and West Ham has upset Newcastle in the EPL this morning 3-1.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. What a show we've had so far on a Monday morning. David Gately, always great, and great to catch up with Mark Sarah from the top. The champion trainer Chris Waller's about to join us. Mark Hunter's not far away. We'll get an update with Flemington. It's pouring down, they tell me, with Liam O'Keefe. Jared Waitley, of course, Waitley joins Giddy Up at 10 o'clock with John O'Neill and also Wayne Hawkes for a special Monday means test. And then we've got the preview team. They usually do the weekend preview on a Friday, but they're having a special Melbourne Cup preview show at 12 o'clock. So we extend Giddy Up to 1 o'clock today. And then, of course, from 11 to 12, we've got a special Giddy Up stable mail concentrating on the Melbourne Cup. But it's great to catch up with the champion trainer, Chris Waller, on Melbourne Cup Eve. Good morning to you, Chris.
Good morning, Gareth.
How are you feeling on a Monday before the Cup?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, everything's gone to plan. So still another 24 hours to go. Things can happen with horses, but we've had our trot-ups and they've all gone to plan. So pretty good.
David Gately's tipping Buckaroo. Can he win a Melbourne Cup?
David thinks he can.
Yes,
yeah.
he can. Do you think he
He's
can?
a good judge. He's got the class. He's got the speed. And, yeah, obviously stamina is the only question mark. So that'll come down to a nice economical run and him travelling through the conditions. And yeah, we know he's got the class to fight out a good Group 1 race.
What's the perfect track for him then to make sure, like, does he want a soft track now to get a strong 2 miles? How do you assess that?
It's hard to assess to me. It's pretty more a form person's thing, but I'd say like soft 5 to good 5 to soft 7s might be ideal. Outside of that, it gets a bit tricky if it's getting too heavy.
At the start of the spring, if I said to you that Valiant King would be $8.50 for a Melbourne Cup, what would you have said to me?
Oh, well, look, I was so disappointed in the autumn because we had him cherry ripe for the Sydney Cup, and we were super confident, and he had to get scratched the morning of the race. I didn't think we'd sort of get him back to that level or higher, and it looks like he has come back and higher. So, no, I wouldn't have picked it, but he was certainly going very well in the autumn.
51 kilos, the way he went in a Caulfield Cup and a Bar Cummings, it just looks a beautiful race for him now in that form that he showed this spring, Chris.
Yeah, he'd probably be the handicapper's tip, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Since the weights have come out, I guess half yours is not bad either, but he's got the extra 2 kilos for his penalty or whatever he got. So, no, he gets in at the right weight, and so does River of Stars. She's got good form over the distance of 2,400 and a Caulfield Cup second, and we know that she can run. I think she might have been placed over 3,100 in a Group 1 race in France. So, yeah, she sort of comes into it with the handicapper as well.
I reckon the best roughie of the race for me clearly is Land Legend. Just forget about his Caulfield Cup run, but are you happy with him, Chris, if we can just forgive him for that run? Because I thought his spring's been pretty good. He's settled a lot better this time around.
Yeah, settling better, but it hasn't been too much avail. So didn't have a lot go his way in the Caulfield Cup, and it's a figure for a horse to turn its form around in the Melbourne Cup. But we wouldn't be surprised if he was to be in top 3. But it's there. It's just a matter of finding it.
Yeah, is More Fallon's got to lift a little bit as well?
Yeah, it does, but he's got the right profile. He's come back from a long way off, and he's run the 2,600. Running the 2,600 metre St Ledger was good. They just went very slow, so he's ready to run his peak race. That's all I can say.
Congratulations, Autumn Glow. What a performance that was in a Golden Eagle, and she had to dig deep, this mighty mare.
Yeah, the track was a little bit tricky on Saturday at Randwick, and it was so hard to make up ground, and we made her do it through the early stages. Linebacker wanted to push out under us, and James had to just push the accelerator and just get her livened up to make sure she held him in. And at that same stage, I think they ran a 10-second furlong, so she was used up, ambled up on the corner, and I thought to myself, well, you're going to have to need to find a bit more yet.
Yeah.
And when that pressure went on, it was there. So that was just a great sign for the future.
Yeah. Looked like it was a great race as well, and a pretty handy day at Randwick there for Golden Eagle Day. You missed out on Flemington. It was at its best there, Flemington, on Saturday, Chris. Being a racing fan, you would have been proud, mate.
Yeah, for sure. I'm so proud how things are going at the moment.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to work out why, and I just think it's because everything's so positive. And you see all these social media and bloggers and people pushing racing for all the right reasons. I think it has its impact. And even down here, Gareth, like you and the media down here, you do a great job promoting, and just so many good stories. We don't need bad stories.
No.
So,
and I reckon
the good stories are just,
And the black and white there, as I said a few times this morning, like the younger generation, like they respected the day, and I love the way Sydney did their day, trying something new with the singles day. People trying to find love at the races. Then you get to see J-Mac and Autumn Glow, and in Melbourne, Zara put on a show. And like, I know you hate her. Oh, you don't hate her, but Pride of Jetty, isn't she exciting when she does what she does?
That was awesome.
Yeah,
it was absolutely awesome. And that's. Even watching some of the they had the races on from Melbourne on the big screen in Sydney, which they don't always do, believe it or not. And just listening to the crowd cheer a few horses, and even like early in the day, Panova, being
Yeah.
a Sydney horse, that was the first race from Flemington. Crowd just went off. They just went wild. But like the last 200 metres, they could see it coming. And it was just awesome to see Sydney people getting behind the Melbourne races. And they were there just to have some fun.
Yeah, I think we should celebrate just racing in general. Like, it's great to have Sydney and Melbourne have two great days like that. And it didn't take anything away, I don't reckon, on that Derby day.
Nothing's going to change. It's all about putting the best show on. So we've just got to embrace it and pump it.
Yeah. Hey, if I gave you $100, Chris, what would you do with it? You were tipping well. You tipped, of course, Panova there on Saturday. I saw it. I saw it.
What would I do? I'd probably go Valiant King.
Yes.
He's a great horse in the wet.
Yeah, yes, I love it. And Via, how did she work this morning?
Good. She's come through the Cox Plate run really well, and yeah, it's good. The pressure's sort of off her at the moment.
Yeah.
And after the Cup day, it'll be full focus towards next Saturday. But no, she's come through it really well, and I think she'll be down to her fighting weight on Saturday, which she's been about 5 kilos above it, including the Cox Plate wins. So that'll be interesting. There could just be something up her sleeve.
Yeah, that's a little scary. She's only going to get better after winning a WS Cox Plate. Jolly Star will go around the champion sprint. I guess Tantaris now adds a little bit of intrigue to that race now.
Yeah, sure does. His win was brilliant. So, yeah, Jolly Star, she's great. Can't fault her. She's lightly raced. She comes into the race, I think, only second up to the prep, so she's ready to peak as well.
Who do you have in the Champions Mile?
Champions Mile could be a little bit soft as we go through that. Yeah.
You keep doing what you're doing, mate. You're a great ambassador for the game. You've been terrific with the media. The Melbourne Cup is such a special race. It's our race, and you're going to play a major part as always. So we wish you the best of luck there. And thanks for joining us on such a busy morning, Chris.
Hope we're talking Wednesday.
Yes, so do I. Thanks for that. I'm on Valiant King. There we go. There's Chris Weiler, the champion trainer. Liam O'Keefe not far away, or do you want to take a break? We'll take a break and then we'll come back with Liam O'Keefe and Mark Hunter for a special Hunter's Edge on this Melbourne Cup Eve.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. On Giddy Up, it's time for the Hunter's Edge with Mark Hunter.
It's a special Hunter's Edge on this Melbourne Cup Eve. Hello to you, Mark. Thanks for coming in.
Morning, Gareth. Morning, all.
Busiest time of the year for you. So many meetings to do.
Yeah, then you throw in the wet track, which the changing weather just complicates everything.
Let's get an update there at Flemington. Let's head out to Flemington now. Liam O'Keefe, the track curator, joins us. Hello to you, Liam. What's happening?
Morning, Gareth. Mark. Steady light rain at the moment. We've had a tick over 14 mil so far. So I've just completed the track inspection and I'll put up a soft 5.
Soft 5. How much more rain to come?
There's a bit more steady rain until about 1 p.m. and then the Bureau have indicated that'll be turned to showers. So what we'll do, we'll reassess the track mid-afternoon and there'll probably be enough rainfall in that to go down to a soft 6, but we'll just wait for that to play out. And, if we end up a soft 6 and we don't get too much rain tomorrow, it won't be a bad result.
So crystal ball type of situation here now, Liam. What will the track conditions be like by the time 3 o'clock comes around tomorrow afternoon for the Cup?
Yeah, it all comes down to tomorrow, but let's say we get another 5 mil throughout the day. We do end up a soft 6 this evening, and then we get a shower or two in the morning, but a relatively clear day. I would think we would be on a soft 6. But, yeah, if we get continuous showers throughout the day, we might end up at 7. But then if we can dodge, all the rain this hard on tomorrow morning, you never know. We might get back into the better side of soft.
At least you don't have to worry about if you're going to irrigate.
No, that's right.
Yeah.
That's taken out of our hands.
Yes.
It's actually walking this morning. It's actually a bit better than what I thought. So It's
Okay.
soaked up the rain really well, and it'll be good footing for all horses anyway.
Save Mark going there and getting wet. What lanes do we need to be looking at there on Tuesday?
We've pushed the rail out 2 metres, so
Yeah.
that covers all the wear and tear around the home turn. In the straight, just some light marking across that inside third. So, given it won't be too rain affected, shouldn't have too big of an impact on how the races run. But in saying that, tomorrow's basically like running 2 meetings in the one day. There's 174 acceptors. I'm sure that Mark would know that from doing the form. And, there'll be a bit of divoting by cup time. So with a rain-affected track, I wouldn't be surprised if they just edge off that inside.
And the wind conditions there tomorrow as well. It's a strong westerly, they tell me, around 40 Ks. Is that what you're seeing?
Oh, I'm not seeing 40 Ks. I'm
Okay.
more seeing around that average speed of 15.
Okay.
So I don't think that'll have much of an impact on how the races are run. And hopefully, it does kick up a bit just to help a little bit of drying of the top part of the track.
Any tips for us?
I'm going to take Al Riffer Roving Banker with the field in the Melbourne Cup and have a nice little collect, I think.
Well, we wish you the best of luck, Liam. Good luck with this track, and we'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
There we go, Mark. Your thoughts there?
So it's there that the roving banker's back in vogue.
Yes. Yeah. Everyone's having roving bankers.
Unheard
I
of
was
until-
stopped in the races on a few times, Leo. How do you put on a roving banker?
Oh, Gator's chimed in, Liam's
Yeah,
chimed in.
yeah,
It's all happening for the roving banker.
How do you think this track will play?
Look, you don't know, as he said, what comes today, but then more importantly, what comes tomorrow. I was sort of working on soft 7, so I don't know. Just wait and see what happens.
Let's go through each runner in a Melbourne Cup now, and then we'll play our game. Can they win or can't they win after we analyse most of these runners anyway for the big race on Tuesday. And then I'm going to have a little bit of a game with you. I'm going to have a top 10 multi with Bet365. We'll pick 4 horses, see if we can land that. Surely we can get 4 horses that we think can finish in the top 10. So the market here for the Melbourne Cup will start, of course, with do you want to go in racebook order or with the favourites?
Probably racebook.
All right, then we'll go racebook order. And the first one is our Riffer, who's at $8.50 with Bet365. The red hot Mark Sarah rides for Joseph O'Brien.
He can win El Riffer. He just might be an outstanding stayer. He's only had 2 goes beyond 2,400 metres for 2 big wins over 2,800. He seems okay on the soft. You go through his form lines. Beaten by Rebels Romance, and he beat Amalok last time. Those 2 horses just came out and run 2nd and 4th in the Breeders' Cup yesterday. So he probably wouldn't want it too wet. He'll be ridden conservatively to run the trip, I would imagine. Just try and pick them off one by one from where he was without a fight, that sort of spot there. He just might be an outstanding stayer, El Riffer, so he can win.
You're not concerned about the 59?
I am, but the way he'll ride it to run with 59, he won't make it do much work. He'll just tuck it away back in the field. He'll give it every chance to creep into the race, the softest run you can have. You would obviously rather it had less weight, and you wouldn't want the track too wet with that weight. But if the rain comes, I think being out in the 3 wide train's less of a disadvantage, and that's just where he might be in the right spot, just gradually creeping into the race.
He's the perfect rider for a horse with 59 in his back, isn't he, Zara, and the form that he's in at the moment.
He's the perfect Melbourne Cup rider, 59 on its back. He just rides the distance races beautifully. He doesn't panic. He can go to the front like he did on Observer. He can just tuck away on like he did on Without a Fight and just creep them through and pick the right path from the 600.
Number 2's Buckaroo is at $9 with Bet365. I know Gator's keen. Are you keen?
No, I'm going to oppose Buckaroo. Look, you can argue until the cows come home whether it runs 2 miles or not. You got no guide in last year's Melbourne Cup when it went back. Just ridiculous ride, peeling around him at the 600 and taking off. You got no hope in the world of running the distance doing that. So we don't know if it will run the trip or not. It did fail badly on a heavy track 5 starts ago up on the Gold Coast. It has won overseas on heavy, so if it got too wet, I wouldn't be sure. Mm-hmm. I think 57 kilos, running 3,200 metres on wet ground, I'm going to oppose Buckaroo.
My concern with Buckaroo is that Chris Wallace said after last year's Melbourne Cup, he said he's never seen a horse more tired than Buckaroo.
Yeah, but it's obviously got over that. It ran second in the Cox Plate last start.
I know, but the 2 miles.
Yeah, it did have a gut buster on dry ground.
Yeah.
Look, where they ride it, they've got to ride that horse conservatively or it won't run the trip. So it's drawn where the temptation is to put it a touch closer than it needs to be. I just think got a few things conspiring against it.
The 3 Arapaho at $41 with Bet365. He's had a little bit of backing.
Yeah, ran 11th in 2022 without an excuse. Won the Sydney Cup, was very basic in the Metropolitan. That's probably the most concerning one for mine leading in. Went to Bendigo, drew barrier 1, basically given no hope whatsoever, out the back and hooked out wide. It'll roll forward, you would think, get a good run somewhere near the front. It will handle the soft, but as a 9-year-old, I would think you have to be opposing Arapaho.
Number 4, Vauban at $26. Now with Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bond. He's cost a lot of punters a lot of money in the last couple of Melbourne Cups. But I remember Willie Mullins saying that if it's over 27 degrees, these horses will just melt, so don't worry about them. And that's what's happened to him in the yard. It won't be like that tomorrow afternoon, Mark.
No, it won't be. He's run 11th and 14 the last 2 Cups. Look, every time he's come over, you know, you mentioned the other day about gut feel. He just looks like, yes, he might run over further overseas, but to me, he's always looked a query at 2 miles under our race conditions and our tempo. And I don't think he runs a strong 2 miles over here. He's got Bishin, he's got a new stable, he's got a good gate, he's got a soft track which won't hurt him. He was good in the Metropolitan. He was very plain at Caulfield. We can make excuses for the track and whatnot there, but I think I'm still at 8 years old. I can't see him getting any better. I can't see why he'll run 2 miles faster than the other horses.
The 5 Chevalier Rose at $41 for the Japanese D-Lane rights.
It's an unbelievable riding change here for this horse. If you go back to that Stayers Stakes, a horse like Chevalier Rose will be right in the mix. Now, it's just been awful since. You watch them there. So the track's been rated good, and when the tracks are rated good over in Japan, that usually means they've got a bit of jar out of the track. It just looks hopeless on it. So you would think on a wet track that Chevalier Rose is in awful trouble.
The French Galloper, the 6 Presage Nocturne at $9.
It's got a third in a race where River of Stars ran 4th in over there in France. It ran well in the Caulfield Cup. He's a good rider, this bloke.
Yeah.
It ran well in the Caulfield Cup. The soft track looks okay. I just got a little query at the distance. Now, that might sound stupid. It's won over 3,000. It's been placed over 3,100. But again, that's my theory with, the overseas distance compared to our distance over here. It straightened up pretty much on the back of half yours in the Caulfield Cup, held its ground up the straight. It would go in a wide quaddie. I'm just not sure it's going to run 3,200 metres strongly enough.
It's interesting because most say that he will lap that up, the 2 miles, the French Galloper.
He may do. It's just the little gut feel. They're not run at brutal speeds. They're small fields over there. No. The bloke rides him well. He ducks and dives through them. He does no work. And he doesn't ever appear to savage the line in those races.
Middle Earth, it's been an interesting campaign. He's at $41. He was okay there the other day at Moonee Valley. Can he win a cup?
You wouldn't think so. He was back with Presage Nocturne on the turn at the Caulfield Cup and lost ground in the straight. He went better at the Valley in blinkers in a weaker race. Look, he's got to run 3,200 metres. He's got to handle a genuine wet ground. And more importantly, he's got to improve out of sight. So I know all the talk all the way along. You hear the confidence about the Caulfield Cup and whatnot, but the way he's going, he needs to improve.
Maidan, $19 with Bet365.
Maidan's had one go beyond 2,400 metres and was awful. It was in the same race as Birdman, who went much better than it. But I think Maidan's come back a better horse. Yeah. Does it handle the wet? I don't know. It had one start on the software. It sat up on the speed, dropped out to run 7th. And it's got that second to El Azi. They look like they were chopping into that track that day at Goodwood. Does it run 2 miles? I don't know. It ran 9th in the Caulfield Cup. Wasn't given much hope whatsoever. Caught wide. Didn't handle a turn, held its ground really well up the straight. It was one of the better runs in the Caulfield Cup. You've got James McDonald. It draws wide. It has to be ridden to run 3,200 metres. So it can't be doing much work in the run whatsoever. It's got to go back, hope it get a toe into the race, handle the ground, and then it's in the mix.
It doesn't want it too wet, I don't reckon, Maidan.
You don't know. You can't really say that off what you've seen.
Absurd, $19.
I thought Absurd would win the last 2 Melbourne Cups. And the Cup 2 years ago, Serpentine sort of took everyone out of their comfort zone, and Willie Mullins rode both his horses way too close. It travelled up to win but had nothing left. Last year, you look at that overhead shot, it's travelling better than Knight's Choice at the 600. Yes, he got a little bit stop-start up the straight, but I was terribly disappointed with its run last year, even though it ran 5th beaten, whatever, under 2 lengths, whatever it got beat. So, I don't... It's 8 years old now. It's had 2 tries. I'm not sold on it running a strong 2 miles in Australia. It went okay in the Caulfield Cup. I can't see how it wins.
Willie Mullins is doing everything these days. He won the Breeders' Turf there at Delmar over the weekend with a horse by the name of Ethical Diamond, who didn't pass the test or the scans to compete in a Melbourne Cup. The way that it sprinted over 2,400 metres, it would have won the Melbourne Cup by a lap. Not quite a lap, but would have been mighty hard to beat. The 10, my horse here, Mark, the mighty Flatten the Curve, the pride of Germany.
I've got no idea here. If you look through its form, it was going nowhere in life.
Yes.
7 starts ago, it changed to Henk Grew, and it's won 6 of them and got beaten on that dirt track in the Belmont Gold Cup. Look, it handles the soft. It stays. You just have to... I don't know how to line it up, so I'm just going with a feeling that, to me, it doesn't look like a Melbourne Cup winner. I love I read a comment somewhere, how's he going to ride the horse? He's going to go back and he's going to follow Mark Zahra because he knows where to go.
Yep.
That's a great plan. My Gladiola did that Saturday and ran second in the Coolmore. So they've got the right plan. They've got the right riding style to win a Melbourne Cup. It handles the soft. It stays. I don't know if it's good enough, and I've just made a judgment call that it's not.
You remember that name, Thor Hammer Hansen, Mark.
Oh, yes, I'm sure.
Land Legend, the $11.61.
Ran terrific in the Cup last year when it was off its head. Going forward, over racing, ran really well. They've spent 12 months trying to settle it. I thought it was progressing really well. Even after the Turnbull, when it ran last, it was good through the line and appeared to be on track. The Caulfield Cup, I know things didn't go right, but it was horrible.
Yeah.
It hooked out and it could not get past the horse. Now, he's a great trainer, Chris Waller. If he gets Land Legend to improve off 18th in the Caulfield Cup, that's something else.
Then we go to the 12 Smoking Romans.
You wouldn't think so. He might be in front going past the judge the first time. Ran 7th in 2022 in the Cup.
Yeah.
Got driven insane by pests in the Moonee Valley Cup. You'd forget that run, but you couldn't see Smoking Romans winning a Melbourne Cup.
That's halfway. That's half the field that we're just going through there at Flemington for the Melbourne Cup. We'll take the news and we'll come back and have a look at the other half next.
Powered by Cygnets, making SEN News headlines. Parliament resumes today for a second sitting week, with the Prime Minister back in the country spruiking the changes to bulk billing that came into effect on the weekend. House prices across the country have risen again in October, the 10th consecutive month of growth, and an increase of 7.5% in the past year. And a list of the top 10 full-time jobs that work the longest hours has been released. 9 newspapers say miners and farmers are topping the list. A driller's assistant works over 70 hours a week. sen.com.au sport coming up. Thanks to Unibet. NFL this morning has seen wins to the Panthers over the Packers, the Bears 47-42 winners over the Bengals, the Vikings scoring a 3-point victory over Detroit, and the New England Patriots in a thriller over the Falcons. Coming up later today, it's the Commanders facing the Seahawks, and West Ham has upset Newcastle in the EPL this morning 3-1.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back. This is Giddy Up at a special Hunter's Edge as we look at the Melbourne Cup meeting, but especially the Melbourne Cup. We're up to number 13 here, Mark. Changing of the Guard at $71. He could be the most important horse in this race.
Could be. It wouldn't be the first time you've seen these colours lead in a Melbourne Cup. It's drawn 24. It's got blinkers first time. It went forward and sat outside the speed at Geelong in the Cup, so they don't have many options. No shock at all to see it go to the front now. You wouldn't think it could win. It had no luck in the Metropolitan. Who knows where it would have finished? Nearly fell on the home turn. You can't envisage seeing it win a Melbourne Cup.
14.5 yours, the favourite for the McAvoys and Jamie Mallam. $7.50 with Bet365.
Got a great chance. It has to run 3,200 metres. That's got to be the query. It was very strong in the Caloundra Cup, in the Caulfield Cup. Everything went right. Absurd booted up from one, kept it off the fence, which was a bonus. Adelaide River spread them out, got rid of any traffic problems, got into the clear on the turn. I would say on the line, it was completely spent, and the others, they certainly weren't getting away from it. I'd say they were coming back at it. So it has to run 3,200 metres. That's some query. The big benefit, of course, is the wet track. It's just an absolutely outstanding wet tracker. So it can win. 3,200 metres is some query.
Just on that, what's it when you weigh up horses that you got to query at 2 miles but love a wet track?
Well, it's got to help it.
Yeah.
If this had been a rock-hard track at 3,200 metres, I'd be opposing half yours. But it's got to help the horse running in its absolutely favoured conditions.
Yeah.
It's got to feel better.
Let's have a look at the 15 more Fallons at $41.
Ran fair its most previous visit to the Melbourne Cup. Had a long spell with injury. They've done a great job to get it back. It's running okay, but I can't see how it can win a Melbourne Cup.
Then we go to the 16, One Smooth Operator.
On the Geelong Cup last year, went to the Melbourne Cup, was basically given no hope. Out the back, ran quite well without ever threatening. Come over here, I wasn't sure how it was going off its E-ball run. Race was put on for at the Valley. They went forward. They put too much speed on. He rode it perfectly. It got the job done. Don't know it in the ground. Or it's got a couple of failures, but you can make excuses for them. It's got no weight. It relaxes. It'll stay the trip, but the wet track is the worry.
Then we go to the 17 further, $26 for Andrew Balding and Mickey D.
Yeah, it's had one go on the heavy. Got beat 7 lengths, but that was a mile race early in its career, so you can't say it didn't handle it. It just wasn't fast enough over the mile. It is a dreadfully one-paced horse. it looks a better horse ridden quieter. Went forward 3 starts ago, was awful. Got beat 25 lengths. Ridden quieter, bounced back to win 2 starts ago. Last time took a sit in a good field. Just one paced as you get. So, look, there's not a lot of class there. It's got improvement in it. Maybe 3,200 metres will suit, and I'm not ruling it out because that overseas form is the best staying form.
The 18 Parchment Party, the US Galloper, is a dirt horse that comes to the turf in our greatest race.
Just staggering how it can go from 1,800 metres to suddenly jump 1,000 metres and be really strong 2 starts in a row. Look, I don't know. You think it's not good enough off that dirt form. That has to be inferior form.
All right, then. We'll take a break. We'll come back and have a look at the final 6 horses for the Melbourne Cup with Mark Hunter. A special Hunter's Edge here on Melbourne Cup Eve on Giddy Up. It's great to have your company.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. This is the Hunter's Edge on Melbourne Cup Eve. We're going through these Melbourne Cup runners. The 19 Athabascan, $81, Mark.
Athabascan has run second and fifth in the Sydney Cups. When it's been Australia, it seemed to battle even on wet ground, so that would be a query. Ran okay at Moonee Valley, but surely this is a bit tough.
20 Goody Two Shoes.
Was steeplechasing 6 starts ago. Not that that is a major negative in the UK. Look, it's been racing in weaker races, but it's in the right stable. It'll handle the ground. It'll stay, and it's got a nice weight. So it'll roll forward. It's a place chance.
21 River of Stars at $17.
Placed in the Sydney Cup, ran fourth in a race in France behind when Presage Nocturne ran third. Had pretty much the same run as half yours in the Caulfield Cup, only closer to the speed and battled really well. You go back to there's a race at Goodwood, 2023. It was pouring on a really wet track and ran really well. I think River of Stars, 7-year-old mare, is primed to peak, and I think she's got a good winning chance.
22 Rural Supremacy, $29.
Magnificent ride in the Metropolitan through the field. Was fidgety in the gates in the Caulfield Cup. Red. He did a good job to get where it got to in the run, give it every chance. It ran okay. It handles the heavy. I'm just not sure. It does get a bit keen. I'm not sure it will run 3,200 metres.
23 Torresino, the pride of the Wimmer at $34 for Paul Pruska.
I think it's got a great chance, this horse.
Okay.
It handles the wet. It's only had 4 goes at staying. Early in career didn't fire, but you forgive that one. The Warrnambool Cup was outstanding from the back. The Bart Cummings on that hot speed behind Valiant King was a great run. Went to the Geelong Cup on a soft 7, went forward, was too strong for Gilded Water, who was a strong Melbourne Cup chance for most people. Torrenzino draws wide. It'll handle the wet. I just hope they ride it to run the distance and don't. It can go forward, it can go back. I hope it's not sent too far forward, do too much work early. If you had a lovely run 3 wide midfield with cover on a wet track, Torrenzino will run terrific.
Okay, that's a good push there for the Country Victorian Galloper. And the 24 Valiant King, good push from Chris Waller, $8.50.
I think it can win Valiant King. It's a horse, when he first came to Australia, had outstanding overseas form. Come over here for the Caulfield Cup, but had a setback before it got here. Ran 5th or 6th, ran okay, but way below its best. Lost its way completely for 2 years. It's come back, it's got the blinkers on, and it is a different horse. I know the speed was on for it in the Bart Cummings, but it just roared past them and was just going so strong through the line at 2,500. Caulfield Cup, drew wide, ridden to run well, ran fantastic without the best of luck. You go back, there's a race in Ireland on a heavy track. I think it was a maiden. It just got beat, but handled the ground, no worries. It was flying through the ground. I think it's had one go in the Melbourne Cup. It was going no good at the time. It ran okay. So whilst the distance has to be ticked, I think it will run it. I think if they ride it quietly, park 2/3 of the way back with that weight, that Valiant King will run enormous.
All right, then Melbourne Cup time, Mark Hunter. Yes or no? Can they win or not? Number 1, Al Riffa.
Yes.
2, Buckaroo.
I'll go no.
3, Arapaho.
No.
4, Vauban.
No.
5, Chevalier Rose.
No.
6, Presage Nocturne.
I'm going to go no.
7, Middle Earth.
No.
8, Maidan.
Yes.
9, Absurd.
No.
10, Flatten the Curve.
I'll go no.
11, Land Legend.
No.
12, Smoking Romans.
No.
13, Changing of the Guard.
No.
14, Half Yours.
Yes.
15, More Felons.
No.
16, One Smooth Operator.
No.
17, Further.
No.
18, Parchment Party.
No.
19, Athabascan.
No.
20, Goody Two Shoes.
No.
21, River of Stars.
Yes.
22, Rural Supremacy.
No.
23, Torresino.
Yes.
And 24, Valiant King.
Yes.
That's a look at the Melbourne Cup with Mark Hunter. We'll come back with his best bets straight after this on Melbourne Cup Day.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. This is the Hunter's Edge on a special Hunter's Edge on this Melbourne Cup Eve. And to get Mark Hunter's full set of tips and analysis, all you need to do is go to the Great Tip Off, and you can type in Mark Hunter's name, and you'll be ready to go for Melbourne Cup Day. Obviously, you might change a few things depending on the weather, Mark.
Weather
When
scratchings.
do they come out then? Those tips, Great Tip Off.
They'll be there, Gareth, at about 7:45 on Melbourne Cup Day.
Beautiful. Best bets on Melbourne Cup Day, please.
Well, the best, we're hoping they run. The best bet of the day is race 9, number 15, Surf and Bird. It's handled a soft 7 on debut at Maui. It was down low on the track and had the best part of the track. So whilst the wet track is some little query, I thought its last win was unbelievable, and I think it'll win.
Surf and Bird, race 9, number 15. So you and Gator line up there. Dino's multi.
Again, we hope it runs. Race 9, number 15, Surf and Bird, into race 10, number 8, Sabaj, I thought that was ambitious placement first up. It was outstanding. It should have gone close.
Will it handle a wet track, Sabaj?
I don't know the answer to that question. So, but if it does, they won't see which way it goes. So, race 9, number 15, into race 10, number 8.
The Danny Del Rey Daily Double.
The Daily Double, well, this day it's always on races 7 and 9, so don't get tricked there.
Yes.
So we are going, first leg, we go the main Daily Double, 21, 23 and 24, into number 15, Surf and Bird. And our little saver Daily Double, 21, 23 and 24, into 11 and 14. Keep your cool and Pondalawi, I think, are the dangers.
Beautiful. So 21, 23, 24, 15, and then another one. You got 11 and 14 in that second leg of the Daily Double. What about Rammer's Ruffy?
Torrenzino, I think it will run fantastic in the Cup. Race 7, number 23.
Beautiful. And your quaddie numbers. We'll start with the Melbourne Cup.
You better sharpen your pen.
Yes.
Flexi on Melbourne Cup Day. First leg, 1, 6, 8, 14, 21, 23 and 24. Second leg, 1, 3, 4, 8 and 15. Third leg, 11, 14 and 15. And last leg, 3, 8 and 12.
So 1, 6, 8, 14, 21, 23, 24 in the Cup. That's the first leg. 1, 3, 4, 8 and 5 second leg.
1, 3, 4, 8 and 15.
Yeah, 1, 3, 4, 8 and 15, second leg. 11, 14 and 15 third leg. And then 3, 8 and 12 in the final leg.
Yes, yep. So
Beautiful.
hopefully Sabaj runs. Look, if the track was somehow okay, Sunshine in My Pocket would go in, but we're banking on a wet track.
Melbourne Cup tips, just to confirm them up again after we went through every horse.
I would go to win number 24, Valiant King. For second, number 23, Torrenzino. For third, number 21, River of Stars. And for fourth, number 14, Half Yours. So 24, 23, 21, 14.
It's a brilliant Melbourne Cup when you think about that. You're tipping those horses at the bottom of the weights, but it's got it all really. Some weight for age stars, 7 different countries represented. Like it's a proper 2-mile handicap race.
It's a sensational race to try and do the form on.
Yeah.
To try and sit down, analyse, just because it's an overseas horse, is it good enough? It's a great, you got to look for an angle somewhere. Will they handle the wet? Where will they be ridden from? Will they run the trip? And it's a great race to do the form on.
And do you know what the best part about it as well is that the storylines, like they have that Country Victorian galloper that you're giving a wonderful chance in Torrenzino, and even Half Yours, like purchased online. It's been everywhere. The McAvoys are never trained better, and they could win a Caulfield Cup and Melbourne Cup in the same year.
They could do it. Not many people would be confident in buying or getting a horse off Kieran and holding its form, let alone maybe improving it. So they've done absolutely outstanding job with that horse.
These 2-year-olds, do you have an opinion there? A few questions coming through with the trials, or it's a difficult race through the kick-off proceedings?
It's a nightmare race on the wet.
Yeah.
Look, I think people tend to gravitate towards the trialers, and there's so many of them in this race, it's hard to work out. I thought over the odds with the top 2. Nerl comes off that Saturday Flemington race, which I think is the best form. I think it's stronger than the Caulfield one we saw. Went to Bendigo and beat one opponent. But it's about $15. It wasn't a bad run on that Saturday race. And Tornado Valley was good at Caulfield. So they would be my two picks.
What about Street Artist, your horse in race 4? Does it start?
He'll run. Look, he's had a tough life, Street Artist. He got injured before he got to the racetrack. He was off his head, then had to be gelded after Sandown. He came back and bolted in at Mornington. I think that's the real Street Artist.
Yeah.
He then got cast in his box grand final day, hurt himself, had to be scratched. Got him back on track, went to Bendigo. He was a low win up there, but he nearly collapsed after the race with heat exhaustion. So he's a much, much better horse than what you saw at Bendigo. He's been back to the trials against My Gladiola. Look, if he runs to his best, I think he's the best horse in the race. Whether all the setbacks he's had mean that he needs a break, we'll find out tomorrow.
Got about a minute and a bit, but I've got one for you. You know I'm a battler. But St. George.
If it handles the wet, it was
massive at Seymour.
It was tragic at Seymour.
Yeah.
I know that. If it handles the wet, it will probably nearly win. Major Beale looks to be the only leader in the race, and I wasn't sure St. George was going to be totally comfortable in wet ground.
Did you back Jenny on Saturday?
No, but I heard you cheering, and I love Matt Hill's call.
It was the best, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was great.
He was insane. He had a great day, Matty Hill. He's like, his Coolmore call of 10 Tyrus bursting through was brilliant. So bring on the Melbourne Cup. Hey, Mark, you enjoy yourself. Any winners at Ballarat today?
Not really.
No.
I'm not sure they'll get through, Gareth.
All right, then. Enjoy Cup Day, mate. Hopefully you get that first 4.
Thank you.
We'll catch up with you on Friday. It's going to be a great Champions Day now.
Yeah, it's sounding better each day.
Yeah, thanks for that. There's Mark Hunter. Straight after the news, we've got Waitley and Giddy Up teaming up once again. Johnny O'Neill, Wayne Hawkes and Jared Waitley will be joining us in the Giddy Up studio for a special Monday means test on Cup Eve. This is Giddy Up on a Monday morning, all thanks to Bet365, because never ordinary when it's brought to you by Bet365.
Good morning, I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. The Coalition's approval rating has hit a new low, according to the latest news poll, tumbling to 24%. Labor's core support has risen slightly to 36%, while One Nation has hit 15%, while opposition leader Susan Lee's net approval rating has dived to minus 33%. More than 13,000 SACE students will start their final exams today. The first subject is mathematical methods and will end with geography and music studies on November 14, while English exams begin for WA Year 12 students today. The dream of home ownership continues to slip away. House prices across the country in October rose again, the 10th consecutive month of growth, and an increase of 7.5% in the past year. Auctioneer Tom Panos telling Seven the ALP's 5% deposit scheme for first home buyers isn't working.
With the hope that it was going to put, water on a housing market that's on fire, I think it's actually been more like petrol. What we've seen is those lower price points just skyrocket in a very short period of time, as well as the growth that we've had throughout the year.
Terrorism has been ruled out as a motive for a mass stabbing which left 11 people injured in the UK, 2 critically. A 32-year-old man has been arrested on the suspicion of murder. And the top 10 full-time jobs in Australia that work the longest hours has been released, with miners and farmers topping the list. Up next, SEN Sport. Aussie bat Tim David belted the longest recorded 6 in T20 international cricket during last night's 5-wicket loss to India, a whopping 129 metres. The series is tied at 1-1. And thanks to Unibet, current NFL matches sees Buffalo leading the Kansas City Chiefs, the Rams up against the Saints, and the Raiders with a 3-point lead over the Jaguars coming out of half-time.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. The Monday Means Test with Wayne Hawkes and John O'Neill.
Cup Eve, and in the glow of Derby Day and Skeldon Eagle Day, we all come together. SEN, RSN, SEN Track, Waitley and Giddy Up. Jared Waitley with Gareth Hall. Hello, Gareth.
Hello to you, Jared.
Salute to John O'Neill. We posed the question last week, when would he win his next big race? Is the unanswerable. It was Jimmy Star.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Wow, what a win it was too. It was unbelievable.
Wayne,
unbelievable.
We're going to delve deep into that in our categories. And Wayne Hawkes has come from Flemington. How much rain have we had?
Yeah, we've had a bit. Well, I know Ballarat today has gone from an 8 to a 9, and they've had half an inch in 2.5 hours. So Ballarat today would be in doubt. But it's raining for the people not in Melbourne. It's raining cats and dogs, and you do not want to be in Victoria today. It's bordering on Scheisenhausen, so it's going to be terrible for Cup Day tomorrow. Do your form and make sure it's a wet trackers.
Pack your overcoat. All right, so we have so many categories to get through. We always start with the King's Gambit. I think on behalf of the three of us, we should say no man has been so loyal to one horse as Gareth has been to Pride of Jenny. We salute him, and the floor is yours, Gareth.
What a great day. I tell you what, racing was the big winner on Saturday. Great day there in Sydney, but wasn't Flemington at its very best. Over 80,000 people there. A lot of the younger generation turning up to Flemington, respecting the occasion, all decked in black and white. And the stars were on show. Mark Sarah had a wonderful day, but she's box office. She's the biggest name in racing when it comes to entertaining the new racing fan and the fan. And she was something else there on Saturday. Just the way that she breaks open that field in the middle stages and the roar of the crowd when she lets loose at the 600-metre mark, and then to do what she did with a brilliant Matty Hill call. It was racing at its very best, Jared.
So she's the best spectacle in racing
Yes.
since Vo Rogue,
Clearly.
in that genre. I'm in the broadcast box, so at the 800, they started to cheer on the front lawn, and I'm told at the 300, everybody just stood. This is a throwback to racing's heyday. She's the only one who can do that.
Yes, goosebumps type of stuff. And she did that at the Valley when there was 10,000 people when she takes off. She's got that, as I said, she's got that X factor. She's box office. And when you've got like some of the champions of the turf, like Via Sistina and Black Caviar and Winks, they're all great horses, but no one ignites a crowd like Pride of Jenny.
So she's got her own category now for where she ends up. She'll be a Hall of Famer for sure, but she's going to exist with Vo Rogue in this other space. So this time last year, Johnny, she was about to be retired and the jockey had been sacked. So that's as gone as you can be. And there she is as an 8-year-old streeting them again.
Well, what I couldn't believe, is the fact that Deck took his time again, and we know that's exactly what she loves. And then probably 400 or 500 metres from home, I could see Aussie's New Zealand horse like a Lucy with Zara on it, who's absolutely in beast mode, as we know, tracking up sort of 4 to 5 lengths off her. And I thought, well, she might have gone a bit hard here, and this horse has had a beautiful run. Well, as soon as he pulled out, Deck just put the foot down and put another 3 on him.
Yeah.
So I think that's her best win. I know that her win in the Queen Elizabeth was incredible, but what I will say about that is she was on fire then, right?
Yep.
She was in the zone, so she's gone from being retired, having a bleed, as we know, being retired, looked after. Tony was so courageous in bringing her back because she is the pin-up girl of racing, and he was on a hiding to absolutely nothing. And then Kieran to look after the horse as well. Gee, you stuck the whole way through.
Well, I
being
reckon
the biggest fan, and as I said, I saw the coverage and saw you going crazy, and look. So I just think it's wonderful for racing.
I just love what she does for racing. That's why I love her, because you just saw what she did there for a game that you love, and you want it to shine in its best possible light, and she does that. One under Tony Otterbray. Kieran Maher sort of had a quiet spring, but he announced himself again on Saturday, and that training performance, Gene Wayne, with an 8-year-old mare to do that, that's one of his best ever training performances.
Just watching it again, I am. It's my brother rang me Sunday and said, if you don't rap Pride of Jenny, he said, you're a goose. He said, it's the greatest performance we've seen all year. And you know what? He's actually right. It was It was worth being at Flemington on
Really
Saturday.
was. Yeah.
And you know what? It was Jenny's day, to be fair. So, and what you just said, Jared, I mean, she was done. She was dusted. We all boo-hooed her. The jockey got the flick. Other jockeys came on board and she just didn't go. And the only thing I thought out of that, what would they now be thinking with Mr. Brightside, because he was desperately unlucky in the race in Sydney. And
so, with an ounce of luck, and depending how the week, they'll be together on Saturday.
They will.
Yeah,
So we get a reprise of the two of them again this late in the day.
And Charwolf will be there. Steffi Magnetica. Maureen Haggis's horse Lake Forest with Tommy Marquand aboard. That Champions Mile is the champion race.
Do you know they should all go run in the 2000 and just leave these two to run the mile?
Yeah. Well, do you know what they should have?
Go run in the 2000. We're just having two horses in the mile.
Have an 1800-metre horse and bring Fia Sistina back.
Yeah, well,
the other thing is Treasure the Moment's running in the mile as well. Treasure the Moment's going to run in that.
So who would have thought the last Saturday, and I know we've been building it as Championships Day for a few years, but who would have thought that you're going to have all of the elite horses there at the end of the carnival challenging for these two amazing races?
There's a lot of genius that's gone on at Flemington in the past few years. That's at the forefront. The latest piece was moving the stage to the front. And the last race of the day, when there were 8 in line at the 300, everyone was still on the front lawn because they're drifting down to Icehouse instead of being out the back. And brilliant.
The other thing, just quickly, don't forget about the sprint. You got Giga Kick, who's he's come off the canvas as well. He can't be going any better than what he's going.
And that 3-year-old
Jolie
will
Star,
be,
and the 3-year-old has to back
Stick
up.
to the rundown, boys. Stick to
We'll
the
get to that.
rundown.
The big issue
hard.
is Autumn Glow, the heir apparent.
It's Perfumist, 300 to go. Quickly tackled by Autumn Glow. Seapole's trying to go with her. 2 further back to Evaporate, running on. Autumn Glow just in front. Seapole's is trying to make a race of it, but now she opens up the shoulders. Autumn Glow got a length clear. We're looking at greatness. Another chapter in this stunning career. Autumn Glow wins the Golden Eagle from Seapole's. Then Evaporate, Depth of Character closing on.
So the throne is about to be vacated. Via Sistina's in the twilight. Pride of Jenny, the twilight. 8 out of 8. Epsom, Golden Eagle, 3 wide the trip. A brilliant win. And just talking to Chris Waller this morning so it's in the deep end now, autumn and spring as you take on the Queen Elizabeth and the Cox Plate.
So the 5 or 6 in a row before the Group 1 win the other day, and then obviously the Golden Eagle. Everyone had queries, didn't they? They were sitting back saying, well, she hasn't necessarily won that Group 1 yet, hasn't done what it needs to do, but, it's a terrific horse to be able to do it. That was champion style on the weekend. It was gone for all money. I thought Ethan Brown gave Seapole's one of the greatest rides of all time and put it there to win, positioned beautifully, and it just refused to give in. Autumn Glow. And obviously the Beast was on board, so one of the Beasts, J-Mac, was on board, so... home we go. It's a superstar.
Can't do any more than what it's done. So the thing that I'll say about this is that Gangster Granny's been in great form. She was unlucky last Saturday not to win. There's your form just around Gangster Granny. So my point is this. Gangster Granny had a beaten about 4 weeks ago, and her wheels were spinning on the corner. So I don't reckon she's a real dead set wet track. And a lot of horses on Saturday did not handle that track, and she demolished them. She simply demolished them on Saturday. And to do what she's done, you look at the Seapole's. I mean, it's come off win the Group 1 in Melbourne, and so we've said this all year. Really, the form out of all these horses is actually stacking up. And quite often we look at form and you go, shock and race, form didn't stack up, not so sure. Well, it actually did stack up. I mean, there's probably one good bad race, and I reckon it was the Golden Rose that didn't stack up properly. BWAC won in a canter, and then the rest were a bit iffy, other than. The good old from Philly, what's her name? Tempted, and then the rest of them were a bit iffy. But the form has really stood up, and you know what? It'll be exciting for us to see her come back in the autumn, and J-Mac just glows about her, doesn't he? Literally.
Yes, yeah. So such a cleverly constructed program in her career so far, but the Epsom's a historically big race. This is the new big race. The big issue for Alex Scott and staff to sell your livestock or sell your home. Is she the heir apparent for you, Gareth?
I still think she needs to do in the autumn, and I'm fascinated whether they go to a King Charles or a Cox Plate next year. But when you talk to James McDonald and Chris Waller, they don't talk about horses like they talk about her. So I would back them in, but she's still got to find a few more lengths to do that, and I reckon she will. But she's exciting and she'll be the talk of the autumn and the talk of the spring most likely next year.
Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and staff today. So the big issue, Autumn Glow. The best bit, Mark Zara, 4 in a row on Derby Day and 2 Group 1s. One the sprint, one the stayers, all the skills on display. I know you've spoken with him, Gareth. All I could think of, what would Maureen Haggis have thought?
Yeah.
He'd be saying Maureen who, wouldn't he?
He's a big time player, Mark. Like if he's like the Dustin Martin of racing or a Will Ashcroft, because on the big stage when it matters most, he doesn't make mistakes, and I think he just loves it. Like I reckon the best quote that I've heard Mark Zara say was when he went to Royal Ascot to ride Docklands, and he went there for a bit of a holiday, and he asked Terry Henderson if he could ride that galloper, and then he said he arrived there on the day and he felt the atmosphere and how important it was. And then he lifted Docklands over the line. So he loves that stage at Flemington. He'll give our Riffer one hell of a ride. And he's watching the NFL this morning. He was a little upset that we interrupted him doing that. But he plays hard, he works hard, and he gets the job done when it matters most.
I think we highlighted last week that, leading into the carnival, he turns into beast mode, and so does J-Mac. And the 2 trainers that we really needed to follow were Ma and Waller. So if you have a look at the results on the weekend, Chris has trained 4 winners, 1 Group 1 and 1 Group 2. Mars trained 4 winners, 2 Group 1s and 2 Group 2s. Zara's ridden 4 and J-Mac's ridden 2. So I think, as we said last week, and it's pretty obvious, but those guys have got so many great chances. They train so well. And when you get the Ripper pilots on that get their tail up, that's why, as I said, when Jenny was going, we're sort of half cheering for Jenny, but I could see Mark creeping up on Like a Lucy, and I thought, surely he's not going to do this as well. And then in the post-race interview, which you probably saw, it was like, I'm not used to getting beaten here, so I don't really know what to say.
So I like that on these big days, you move from the biggest name in racing into the mainstream. And that's, I think, if you win 4 in a row on Derby Day. I like the fact that they were all different. It was a sit and steer on Get a Good Feeling. So just sit second and win. Warney comes from back, down the straight, wait, explode, and then lead all the way in the Derby. So that was the full spectrum of skill from a jockey across those 4 races.
He's he's probably better rider than Chris Muntz. There's no doubt about that. But it's Chris Muntz, it's Glenn Boss. You don't have to love them, but let me tell you, when it comes to the big stage, they just keep ticking boxes on the big races. And you've led in a Derby on Observer. I mean, you could have stuffed that up pretty easy. That's not easy to do, leading the Derby all the way. And I thought the ride in the Coolmore was ridiculously stupid from a great point of view.
Yeah.
Ridiculous how he just sat and sat and sat and sat. I know you got to have the horse underneath you, but the goosebumps of going, I've got to go, and he just sat quiet like he just chimed in at the 300. I mean, the overhead shot told the whole picture.
Unbelievable it was.
It was ridiculous, and that sort's a difference between the really good jockeys and the great jockeys, because, as I think I might have said the other day on one of the programs, Damien Oliver used to go, I'm on the even money pop. It's made life easier. Hasn't made it harder. There's no pressure. Or there's less pressure, There's less pressure because you're on the better horses. And for Mark to be sitting back and just to be waiting for that needle eye opening, and because you know what happens? Most panic.
Yeah.
Panic. And they panic and just do crazy things, and Mark just rode so cool.
He's right on Observer in the Derby when he got keen and then have the ability to get this horse to come back underneath him and then have that clock in his head. That was genius, I reckon.
The best bet, Mark Zara's winning sequence. Big race integrity is coming. They got that right. That's Jimmy Starr. Yes, and oh no on the spring racing means test on Waitley and Giddy Up.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Jimmy Star angling away from the rails, looking for the run. Briassa's not in the hunt. Marzu leads at the 250. Here comes Jimmy. Jimmy Star moved up, took the lead away from Marzu. Then Lady Shenandoah and Coal Crusher. Jimmy's clearing the Russell Balding. It's a big win for Jimmy Star. Wins it by 3 lengths. Lady Shenandoah best of the rest second. Marzu third. A gap to Coal Crusher, Private Eye and Strauss.
It was a big win for Jimmy Star. They got that right. Third in the Everest was a Herculean run and then got his just rewards. Johnny, congrats again. What did you think?
Look, I thought the ride was unbelievable. The guys were very, very upbeat about his performance in the Everest, clearly. And then, moving on from that, his work had been terrific. He's in terrific shape, the horse. He was right in the zone. We were a little bit concerned about the inside draw. That was a bit of an issue for us. But having said that, he just exploded when he got clear, didn't he? So I'm just so happy for him and the owners. And Kieran loves him, and Joe up in Sydney, who looks after him so well. So it was just a wonderful day for us. It was great.
Yeah, he was terrific, wasn't he, Jimmy Star? He's exploded there over 1,300. I wish the Everest was a 1,300, 1,400 metre race. Be great to have him in Melbourne for the Champion Sprint, but is that it for him, or does he go to
he's pulled up really well. He licked the bin clean. Obviously, the Everest was his target, and drawing the wide gate was difficult, but he ran great. We'll probably go on to the Ore. The way that he feels is at 1,400 Group 1 in a few weeks, so we'll see how he is, and if he's up and about, we'll go there. Otherwise, you'll have a break.
It's been nice, so he doesn't have to go right back. The past two have told us, so you had to do what you did in the Everest and then sitting midfield instead of having to do what Chautauqua always tried to do. He looks more tractable now.
Yeah, well, look, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, the trainers, obviously from Kieran's perspective, worked that out pretty clearly because he was missing the start all of the time and going back. So a trial between his last run and into the Everest, Louise Day rode him, and we were told to she was told to really push forward and lead. So that's exactly what they did. So they kicked up and led, taught him it's okay to get out. He still doesn't jump wonderfully clean, but having said that, Ethan knows that horse so well. So just giving him the confidence to be able to jump and lead like he did certainly enabled us to have the confidence going into the Everest that we could push forward, which is what we did. And then, even on the weekend, he didn't jump that great, but he wasn't back-tailed off, right?
Yeah.
So, as you're saying, he was sort of 4 or 5 from the leaders and just unleashed. It was wonderful.
And the head-to-head ends up 2-1, Jimmy Star over Briassa as we close the book on the autumn on the spring.
Is that 2 bottles of Grange or not?
Yeah, 3.
3.
Did you only get $1 million bonus?
1.7.
$1.7 million
well, this
bonus.
Is the thing with that prize money. Excuse me, while my seat keeps going up and down. I was sort of like doing that. That Homer Simpson back into the bush. So look, I think again, just the prize money. It's extraordinary, isn't it?
So it was about 1.8 to the winner.
I think it was about 3.4 million to the winner.
Right. So why are you in Melbourne on Champions Day? That's why.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. But you asked the question before, Jared. It all gets back to he's jumping cleaner, but he's also drawing good barriers because when he drew a crap barrier in the Everest, he jumped and used his initiative and went forward. If he had drawn barrier 5, same thing. You put Kaying Rising where Jimmy Star is, Kaying mightn't have been winning. It's as simple as that. I mean, barrier draws, barrier draws, barrier draws. We bang on about this all the time, but it is so prevalent now, and he doesn't have to go back. You saw where you got beaten the Premier to Briassa because you went back to last and had to suck eggs because you drew the outside barrier. It's as simple as that. So,
and did Briassa pull up all right?
He's flat and tied. It's as simple as that. But to be fair, totally fair, and we all love BS after the race, he didn't handle that wet track at all. And he is a wet tracker. He's got wet track form, and he just did not handle the track. And Tyler said he wasn't the same horse. And I'll be happy to say it now. His work on Tuesday morning, Michael says, the best he's ever seen. Yeah. I mean, I know I've told Jared and Gareth privately that we've never got to the bottom of our blokes. So at the end of the day, he is what he is, and he'll be back in the autumn bigger,
Well, that's
better,
the great thing
stronger,
about racing, isn't it? Like, you've got a good horse. you know the ability is there. So a lot of it comes down to, as you say, barrier draws and track conditions. And so, he'll come back bigger and better than ever, I would have thought.
Big race integrity, the 2 3-year-olds that Godolphin produced. Tentyrus stunning to win the Coolmore, and Observer did exactly what the Derby needed, a great winner. I think the Derby got a great winner. I think he's a beauty.
I think he's a ripper, and I think the point that was made earlier, the ride was terrific. He actually went pretty hard early. They actually used a bit of gas, and then Mark was able to get the horse to come back and settle. Everyone was throwing rocks at me last week when I was saying it's a sit and steer, stand and cheer, and it wouldn't get 2,500. Well, as Mark said, that little sit-up last week may have enabled me to find those 2 lengths that we got the money with, so I thought that was unbelievable. The other horse, I made a comment, I think this time last year after Autumn Boy was starting to come. It's the next freak of Australian racing.
Autumn Boy?
No.
Tentyrus.
Tentyrus is the next freak of Australian racing.
Yep.
It is a sprinting machine, an absolute machine. And what I do have to say is it was great to see Anthony Friedman on track with Sam. Sam's done a wonderful job, but, it was great to see Ant back down from Sydney. They're bloody great trainers. They always have been. And to get a horse like this, and they've trained for Godolphin for a number of years, but I think this will be the best one they've ever trained. I think it's really good.
There's another horse. You're going to have a look at his form. He was unlucky in the Blue Diamond. I think he won a Todman Slipper and beat the unlucky Nepotism. There's all your form around it again. I mean, he went amiss, and things didn't go right for him after that. And he had time off, but he was lucky enough to come back in late. And if you saw his win at Caulfield, that was nearly a Mark Zara OMG, and he got out of trouble because he was on the right horse. And for a horse like him to sprint...
It was a good ride that day.
No, it wasn't. It was shocking ride. Don't talk crap. It was not good at all, Gareth. No. It was not good at all.
I backed it. I thought it was a ripper
yeah.
at the end.
Mate, if it had got beat, it was terrible.
Would have been a no.
The way that he won leading up to the Coolmore was amazing. So for this horse to do what he's done, he's actually a 2-year-old that's actually gone on with it. And we've spoken a lot about these 2-year-olds that have been good that haven't really gone on to where we thought they would go. He's done a great job.
Hey, Hawksy, you did also talk about the overhead shot. Yeah. I actually stayed at home, Jared, on Saturday because I was tied up with Jimmy and wanted to watch all of the races. I have to say the coverage, the overhead of that race
so good.
Was absolutely incredible. It was just unbelievable.
It shows
and even the overhead of Jimmy Starr, just to see where the horses were, was just unbelievable. And I mean, everyone was tipping Tentyrus. It was obviously very, very heavily backed in the end. But when it got back where it was, on the overhead, I thought, geez, this is going to have to be good to win from here. Like, it's in no man's land now, and it just bursts through.
What it does, you know what it does? It shows people that, and which is most people, to be fair, most people can't really read a race. So what it's doing, the overhead shot, is really clearly, and especially after the race, going back and going, there's the circle and the line or the arrow going, there it is there, and everyone goes, wow. It just shows more. And you know what else it does too? The stewards would love it. Because when there's a protest and there's interference and stuff like that, and jockey's about to be suspended, they look at the overhead shot and go, well, you wasn't clear and you did clip. And it's another part of the racing game that we need, because we've had all this vision for a long, long time that they've been. They used to have the drone at Moonee Valley for a long time doing this stuff, but what they've worked out is they do it behind the field because they were worried that if they did it on top of the field, that if it dropped to the ground accidentally, it might hit a horse and to a jockey. So they're half doing it from behind. It's one of the best views, especially post-race, to actually see where it is.
Just on that race, well done to Johnny McArdle with My Gladiola.
Yes,
she's been mighty this campaign.
So Tentyrus is expected to be there for the sprint.
What's it by
unless
Tentyrus?
Things go wrong.
What's Tentyrus by?
Street Boss.
Street Boss, yeah, right.
So as of yesterday, they were going to
definitely
going to Saturday.
Craig Williams to ride,
and that'll be brilliant. All right, that's Big Race Integrity. Godolphin had that covered. So, oh no's and yes, yes, yeses after Try McCafe News Blend today. Let's check in with Nath.
Hello there, making SEN News headlines. Optus executive Stephen Rue is being grilled at a Senate inquiry about the telco's deadly 000 failure. 3 deaths occurred during the outage affecting emergency calls in September. The CEO says they are deeply sorry. UK police are continuing to piece together a knife attack on a train which injured 11 people. A 32-year-old man remains in custody. And a new study has found obstructive sleep apnea may be linked to microbleeds in the brain that could impact your risk of dementia. Up next, sen.com.au sport. Aussie bat Tim David belted the longest recorded six in T20 international cricket during last night's 5-wicket loss to India, a whopping 129 metres. The series is tied at 1-1. And thanks to Unibet, current NFL matches sees Buffalo leading the Kansas City Chiefs, the Rams up against the Saints, and the Raiders with a 3-point lead over the Jaguars coming out of half-time.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
It was more a day for yes than no, but I'm sure we've managed to find some.
No, I've got one. Don't worry. I'm all over it.
What do
I
you
have
got?
one for sure. Well, I tuned in the first because I think the horse that ran in the first Regal Award probably should have ran in the Cox Plate. I think it's a pretty good horse. And the only way it was going to get beaten, with the utmost respect, is if Lockie Neindorf went too hard on it. So, Lockie, my oh no for you, my friend. I had my maximum on it. I'm not quite sure what you were doing. It was a 1,600-metre race, not 1,000.
But I'd rather him do
anyway,
that than choke it down when it gets too.
Well, you didn't have to choke it down. You could.
Johnny was the one choking down by the
I
sound.
choked down. That's exactly right.
It gets
I was
too
heading
can.
out to the races.
Onos are a very
and I couldn't
personal
go.
thing.
Yeah,
I
they
couldn't
are.
go to the races, Jared, because I vomited all over the clothing I was wearing, getting ready to go out for race 2. So I stayed at home.
Have you got an no, Wayne?
Oh, is there anything else but? How many times have I said it and said it and said it? Sydney racing on these shocking tracks, and I keep saying it. The bottom line is this. It is all about tote turnover and sports betting turnover. Let's not make any mistake about this whatsoever. Punters don't bet as much on wet tracks. You've had 15 mil of rain at Randwick, and it's just gone to the doghouse. I mean, it's not good enough. I know we have 9 winners and Autumn Glow 1 and Happy Days, but when is enough enough? I mean, we keep serving up these tracks. It's the best the curators can do because they're buggered.
Yeah,
they're
but
buggered.
Don't call it a soft track when it's a heavy track.
Well,
That's
they called it a soft 7, and I'll be honest, Michael said to me that all the jockeys are saying it's far
That's
worse
wrong.
than that. So, but that's an interpretation. Do you know why it is, Gareth? Because they go on times. So when the winners win, they look at the time and go, oh, it's only a soft 7 rated. Back in the day, the Des Gleasons, the Ray Murrays would put on the galoshes, the R.M. Williams dryser bones. They'd walk up length of the straight. The young Craig Williams would be there walking with an umbrella poking it in. Now they just go on times. It's complete rubbish. And we need to change this track. We need to get rid of Randwick and Rosehill and re-turf them.
I've got the companion piece to Maureen Haggis on Mark Zara because we hate theirs, they hate ours. It's Graham Begg on Andrea Atzani on RSN on Saturday morning. This is deluxe.
Look, he was given no hope by the interloper jockey. It came in and cast himself upon Australia. Well, I just hope they just stamp his passport never to return. You know, Maidan, he gave it us all back. He can stay in Hong Kong tomorrow.
Interloper jockey.
Gotta love Beggy.
It's great.
He's unreal.
Did you just call him Andrea? I think you did.
That's a proper oh no. He'll never be here again to argue the toss. Yes, yeses.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes.
Gareth, you've got right of way.
Kieran was very good on racing.com yesterday, and I agree with him. I'm sick of people talking about changing the distance of the derby. If you want to change the distance of the derby, as Kieran pointed out, you can't call it a derby, so you've got to change the whole derby day. You can't have a 2,000-metre derby. So I agree with him, every word he said, and I think we should. I don't know why we keep on talking about it. The derby's 2,500 metres.
I just say enjoy the magic over the next week. You've got Ma, you've got Waller, you've got Zara, you've got J-Mac, you've got Ethan Brown, you've got Craig Williams. Sit back and enjoy it because this is something that you're going to be able to remember for years and years.
The weather in the Melbourne on the weekend was amazing. So to get Derby Day run and won, they estimated, they budgeted for 80. I think they got 88,000, so they're 8,000 above budget. And you know what? Times are tough. It's not easy out there. So
They'll need that 8,000 with the rain tomorrow.
I know, and that's also going to be the problem because a lot of people won't turn up. But we should go and support it. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, it's hard to choose between Ivor Davies and Icehouse or Wayne Hawkes and The Voice. I saw both performances.
Yes,
well, one is scarred on me forevermore. I'm not going to say which one. Yeah.
I've got to tell you, Ivor Davies must have had a very sore throat.
We'll debate the cup next. This is Waitley. No, it's Waitley and Giddy Up on SEN Track and RSN.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Our debate on the spring racing means test centres on tomorrow's Melbourne Cup. What do we think of it? It's got the class of the Irish St Ledger and the runner-up from the Cox Plate. It's got the first 5 home from the Caulfield Cup. It's got the winners of the Metropolitan, the Bart Cummings, the Sydney Cup, the Warren Cup, the Geelong Cup, the Moonee Valley Cup, and rather delightfully, the Quinella of the Warrnambool Cup. It's got the Bowling Green Gold Cup at Kentucky Downs, the Belmont Gold Cup at Saratoga, and the Plimpton Hurdle. It's got form from Japan, Glorious Goodwood Royal Ascot, Dubai, and Fairy House in Ireland. So mash all of that together.
How good is that, Jared? That's the best. Cup. Yeah, that is it's one of the best cups I can recall. And that's why it's the best race. A 2-mile handicap with all those different storylines. That's why I love the Melbourne Cup.
And numbers 1 and 24 are about 3rd and 4th in the market, which is the whole point.
Yeah.
Correct.
What do you think of it, Johnny?
I think it's an unbelievable race. I think there's 15 horses that can't win.
Buckaroo is one of them.
So really? So without going through all of the, I don't think El Riffa with 59 drawn out there can win. I don't think it's got any hope at all. I think Buckaroo can win, drawn a good gate. Arapaho shouldn't even be there. Sorry to be rude to the owners. Vauban's not going good enough. Chevalier Rose is a dry tracker. Prestige Nocturne. Now, we all want to be on this. It's a very, very nice horse. And we were talking off air about Stefan Pasquiri. Is it Pasquir, the jockey?
Yeah. Close.
Is that him?
Yeah.
Wouldn't know how to get from Crown Casino to Chin Chin.
Here we go.
So how's he going to get around Flemington on a wet track with 23?
I don't care about his Chin. I don't
care about his ride in Caulfield. He's got 23 horses around him on a bog track at Flemington. Maybe not a bog track because Liam's done obviously a wonderful job, depending on the weather, but good luck.
So
good
you're
luck.
a no?
Well, I think it's a great horse. I think it can run top 5, but it can't win. That doesn't happen. Middle Earth, your favourite horse here, Jared?
If you pedal Middle Earth to me.
Well, blinkers on, wet track, 3,200.
I like the fact he went to Moonee Valley and topped up. He's done the 10,000 metres.
He's done what he needed.
He's done the Bart
He's done
Cummings.
what he needed.
Yeah,
so don't be surprised. Maydan, stop it. Can't win from the barrier. Absurd. No, thanks. Flatten the curve, please.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. Land Legend shouldn't be in the race. Smoking Romans, 9 years old. No. Changing the guard. No. Half Yours. Great top 5 chance. More Felons shouldn't be in the race. One smooth operator can win a Perth Cup or an Adelaide Cup. Can't win a Melbourne Cup. Further, well, here's a very nice staying horse.
The owner
I know. Nice staying horse. Normally runs in fields of 4, so that'll be good. See how it goes with the 24. Parchment Party. Well, there'll be a party after. You won't need any parchment.
It'll run last.
No hope. Athabaskan shouldn't be there. Goody Two Shoes should be on Broadway. River of Stars can definitely run top 4. Royal Supremacy can run top 5. Torresino can run top 5 or 6. Nice horse, Torresino. And I think Valiant King with the weight can win the race.
Just because Australian Bloodstock got stuck into you, don't have to disrespect.
Are you back on track with them, Johnny?
Yeah.
You're back on track with Chia Wolf and
Joe Pride.
Yeah, no, you're back on track with Jenny.
I've always liked Jamie, but Lyle, is it Lyle?
Lyle.
No, Lyle.
No, I don't know. Anyway.
Is it Luke?
Anyway,
I don't know.
Wayne, mind your actions when I'm gone.
Yeah.
That was a great summary. What do you think broadly of the Cup?
You know what? For where we thought we'd be to where we actually are, what you just said was so good because it's just culminated. How it's going to mash up on a wet track, I'm not sure. Vauban's the horse you love to hate, Jared. 2 years in a row it was Cup favourite. Imagine if it just comes back in the third year. Gay and Adrian just get the job done.
I met people yesterday who said, I have to back Vauban the 3rd time around. I said,
third time lucky?
Just cut yourself loose from it. You don't have to do anything. They go, but if it wins, you've seen enough.
So we got Vauban, the first one. The second one, we got to mention the Magic Man, Joe Moreira. I mean, imagine if Joe Moreira wins, stands up in the irons and waves to everybody with one finger. I mean, that would do it for me for the year. That would be
amazing.
I wouldn't enjoy that.
You're the pacemaker. Just go out and
go and put the pace
put the race on for us.
On a wet track, it might work though.
Beats Buckaroo by a nose.
Why would you say that? Honestly,
it's mean.
It is.
And the greatest name in racing, Thor Hammer Hansen. What about that for a name?
I
love Cooper
him.
Cronk and all these great names of athletes. What about that for a name? Thor
And you know
Hammer
what?
Hansen.
He's my tip, flatten the curve. I reckon it'll be a famous victory for Germany, and everyone will remember the name.
Hammer Hansen.
Thorn, Hammer Hansen.
Do you know when those olden cars, the Mustangs, the GT351s? I mean, when we were kids, what they're worth? I'm just having a look now at all the Valiants. Imagine if the Valiant wins, how much the price will go up on
The Valiant King.
The Valiant
with
Kings.
I'm more worried about Thor Hammer Hansen if he doesn't win. He could be in some movies with a name like that.
I think he's had a great week.
I think he
he
has.
thinks the Melbourne Cup's one of the great festivals in the world.
What is Joe Moreira's preparation this year, I wonder? We're taking the PI55, but what is his preparation? Will he actually look at some form this year?
Do you know what? So
he's going to win the race.
Leave him alone.
Unanswerable questions. As Tom Lynch came up to me on Saturday and he said to me, what was the bigger slaughter, Salcombe or Buckaroo? I said, what a great question.
Wow.
Tommy's coming to the races.
I think it was Salcombe, but it could very well have been Buckaroo.
Did you have a look at that Buckaroo ride last year?
Yeah, and so I've been right back through it yesterday. Yes. So I don't know. So I don't know whether he got the 2 miles or not.
Yeah.
But what he did from the 500 to the 200,
crazy.
And if it's soft, 57. So that's a proper weight. Second in the Caulfield Cup, second in the Cox Plate. So I want to cheer for Buckaroo. That's my position. I don't know what I'll do betting wise, but I want to be cheering for Buckaroo. If Williams rides him properly and goes for weaving runs, they never win looping.
No.
Finds a way through. And if he pokes his nose through at the 200, he's the horse I want to cheer for.
The flip side of that, you blame Joe, but the owner spent a lot of money. You should have given him better instructions. Like you and Ozzy should have walked in there with all your form.
Where do you reckon he's going to be in the run, Buckaroo?
Well, I mean, he's drawn okay.
So
he's
got to be in the first half.
So I'd say he'd be at the back of the first wave.
Yeah, he's got to be there.
So
that's where he's got to be.
14th, 15th, 16th, I reckon.
Cutting the corner, you reckon?
And then you've got to come through. You can't go round. With 57, you have to come through the field. And go back and watch all the Melbourne Cups are won by horses who come through. They don't loop.
I sent Craig Williams a note actually yesterday, and he texted me back, and I said, "Mate,
did he text back who's this?"
No, no, he did not. Anyway, he texted back, and I just basically said, "Mate, we owe you one. We took you off Salcombe, and as you said, it cost us a Melbourne Cup, and I think you're right. So hopefully this is a square up." And I tell you how professional he is. He hasn't ridden a horse before. He went out, and he sat on the horse yesterday. No work. Just had a sat. Just went round, had a walk around on him.
Sat on the horse?
Yep.
And walked around the stables?
Yep. Just went out and gave him a pat and got to know him and did whatever he did. And he's unbelievable. Just the utter professional.
So much swings on, if the track is a soft 7 or a soft 6 by the time, or if the rain continues on. So we're just in the lap of the gods at the moment.
Where's it going to be, Jared?
Well, I think the educator will say, plan around a soft 6. Do your form around a soft 6. So at the moment, don't be rushing to heavy track form. At a soft 6 there'll be a couple who don't handle it, but that gives everyone a chance.
It was a decent upgrade. It got upgraded to a 3, I think, Saturday, didn't it?
Well, they obviously wouldn't have
put 4.
They wouldn't have put any water on. For those who aren't in Melbourne, it's been pouring with rain, so we have got the best track. To be an old track, but we have got the best track.
But you're a big man on the tracks, aren't you? You really are, and Liam does a wonderful job.
He's the best.
If you come in on Wednesday morning for the means test and you've got the cup in your possession, who will have won it?
Valiant King.
Chris Waller said the same thing.
Yeah.
All right, something for the battlers next. Gareth is the carryover champion.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
I've got one for you.
Have you?
Pride of Jenny and the Empire Rose to lead all the way.
Please.
Please, who's going to beat her? Like a Lucy?
What is happening here?
Pride of Jenny, stand up and cheer. This is going to be a famous win.
And then go to the queue and collect. Something for the battlers. Salute to you, Gareth. It's got to be tomorrow because we meet again on Wednesday. What have you got?
I'm going to have a Quinella in the Melbourne Cup. Flatten the Curve will nail. No, Flatten the Curve will be in front at the 50. Valiant King will lunge, but just miss out. And my man Thor Hammer Hansen will win a Melbourne Cup.
Race six, number 5, St George in Melbourne.
Handles wet.
And then loves it. And then race 5, number 1 in Sydney, Gringotts. You can back them both.
Yeah, Gringotts with the big weight, but the
Airborne.
good barrier.
Airborne.
And a much weaker field in the big dance this year.
Flying.
Nice.
Flying.
Wayne?
Airborne.
My tip is bring an umbrella to Flemington. That's it. Short and sweet.
Now, the Tiger Boys are in. We should, all the Richmond supporters, make sure you give that Valiant King a big cheer because
Why?
we've got Rewalt and Cochin in the horse.
That's a disgrace.
Conveniently, Rewalt's up in Noosa for the triathlon. Flying
No.
back.
So if he's not at the track tomorrow, he needs to forfeit his share.
What?
Beforehand.
Okay, well, we know. And a Cochin, he's at the river. He's up there water
We'll
skiing.
hand them back. We should be
Okay.
able to auction their
We'll
shares
send
off the stuff.
Melbourne Cup
Last
runner
day.
and they're both not there.
Yeah.
Disgrace.
Come on.
Disgrace.
Too many cups.
Disgrace.
There's
Maybe.
only so many cups any person should have, and they're beyond the quota.
That's
very
why,
true.
That's why Baker left the West Coast because he had a gut full of that.
Righto.
Really?
See you lads at Flemington. You're
Look
going
forward to
on
it.
Giddy Up. Crash is going to
Yep.
join me on Waitley.
Hello there, I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. The Optus chief executive says he's deeply sorry for the 000 outage linked to the deaths of 3 people, while Stephen Rue is defending the time it took to report the issue at a Senate inquiry this morning, taking 6 hours to inform the regulator that something had gone wrong and a further 2 hours to inform the government.
But it was important to have the facts so that I had the information I could accurately provide to both the ACMA, the federal government and the department.
The coalition's approval rating has hit a new low, according to the latest news poll, tumbling to 24%. Labor's core support sits at 36%, while One Nation has hit 15%, while opposition leader Susan Lee's net approval rating has dived to -33%. Terrorism has been ruled out by UK police as the motivation for a mass stabbing on a train in eastern England. A 32-year-old British man is now the sole suspect after another man was released. 11 people were injured. Briefly, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, who lost his title of Prince last week, will also be stripped of his position as a Vice Admiral in the British Navy. Renters who work from home could see them claim thousands in tax deductions, with the ATO wanting to overturn a decision by the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. And Westpac's net profit for the year ending September has come in at $6.97 billion. That's down 2% on the previous year. Up next, SEN Sport. Thanks to Unibet. Gamble responsibly. Wins in the NFL this morning to the Patriots, Chicago, Vikings, 49ers and Chargers. While we're into the last term between the Bills and the Chiefs, a short time ago it was Buffalo leading by 15. And Australia has lost the third T20 to India by 5 wickets in Hobart, with the best of 5 series now level at 1-1.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Gareth Hall with you, Wayne Hawkes and Johnny O'Neill as we continue on the means test. We'll go through all of these text messages, but there was some big news regarding the MRC and also a big new member, you would imagine, with adds plenty of power to that board in Jonathan Munns, who's now the vice chairman of the MRC. But this is what Wayne Hawkes had to say on this show a few weeks back.
Jonathan Munns, where are you, buddy? Everyone said Jonathan Munns was running the show. Kanga was the bloke that was the puppeteer and everything like that. And you're half smirking me, Gareth. But this is the elephant in the room. Jonathan, where are you?
So there you go, Wayne. He's the vice chairman of the MRC. And Tanya Fullerton, and you know what? I say well done to Tanya. She's been in the role for 4 months as the acting CEO under difficult circumstances. And I reckon she's done a pretty good job. And she gets her opportunity now to have that job in her own right. And, she gets a chance to do what she's been able to do in the last 4 months on a permanent basis.
Well, the word on the street has always been that Jonathan Munns has been behind the scenes. Well, now he doesn't need to be behind the scenes anymore. He can be front and centre, and I think that's a great thing. I mean, seriously, if you put up or shut up. So at the end of the day, he's actually now going to put up. So he's a billionaire. He's got a very, very, very successful business. He's no deal. There's no doubt about that. So bring his expertise to the table, because we need these smart people in racing. There's no doubt about that. So I think it's I think it could be a very, very good thing. Now, is it going to be good? No one's going to know until time. But I reckon it's good that he's now actually stepping up and going onto the board as vice chairman of the Melbourne Racing Club.
I think Cam's a pretty conservative guy too.
Yeah.
The guy that's taken the
chairman.
He's a good
the
fella.
chairman's role. He's a
Cameron
terrific
Fisher.
guy.
Yeah,
He's a
good
really,
fella.
really good guy.
Good fella.
But he's pretty conservative. So I think Jonathan will
like
add
you.
some
Bit like you.
spice there. He'll certainly add some spice. And Tanya's a great racing person. She's been around for a long time, so she'll do a wonderful job.
And let's make no mistake, Tanya's worked closely with. This is what it is. Tanya's worked closely with Jonathan Munns for a long time. They're teaming up now at the MRC.
It's great.
Yeah,
it's good to see.
Hi, Gareth. Can you please ask John O'Neill if we go chips in on Gringotts tomorrow? That's from Merv.
Well, the horses, he had a bad blood early doors. Otherwise, he would have been running in some different races. There's no doubt about that. He was really good last start. Nash probably went a little early on him. He's drawn a great barrier. He'll be put in the spot. And I think it's his race to lose.
He's had a big 12 months, that horse.
He's a good horse. I'll tell you what, he's a
12
good horse. He's a good horse.
Just with our riffers, Wade, he won the St. Ledger with 62 in the race before 61. A lot of the horses carry that weight in the St. Ledger. The difference is he's got to carry 59 in a Melbourne Cup when a horse like Valiant King's got 51.
The difference
That's
will be,
the
though,
difference.
but the other difference?
Yeah.
If he loves this track tomorrow, that'll bring him into it, because obviously some horses aren't going to. But what we've got to hope is, it's pouring with rain in Melbourne now.
Yeah.
It's 11:05. We've got to hope that it shuts down real quick, and overnight we have fairly drying conditions.
Hi, John. How can the French jockey, which is Stefan Pasqua, get around Caulfield fine but will struggle with Flemington? I know you and Wayne are only on radio to wind up merchants, but seriously.
I think the horse is a really, really good horse.
I reckon you were hard on the French jockey.
No, look, I'm not. I'm just saying it. Go back and have a look at the results.
Yeah.
Over time. Like, at the end of the day, he's obviously a great jockey. He wouldn't be out here riding otherwise. But I think everybody's learnt their lesson, haven't they? Like, go back and have a look at who's traditionally riding Melbourne Cup winners. And I don't know, go over the last 20 of them. I haven't got the facts in front of me, but they're people that have ridden the track consistently that understand it. So just from a percentages perspective, like, the horse probably should be a $6 or $7 chance.
Yes.
If J-Mac rides it, it's starting favourite. If Williams rides it, or Brown or Zara rides it, it's favourite in the race.
I like this jock from France.
I'm sure he's a great rider.
I would have
I don't
faith
know
in
him,
him.
but-
Now, Brad says, hi, Gareth. My I know is Wayne Hawkes. Can't stop whinging when his horses don't win. Blames tracks, jockeys, blah, blah, blah. I was at Randwick back 4 times, 4 winners over 10-1, including a 40-1 chance. Some of us read the wet track.
Oh, okay. So I'm a whinger because the track's Scheisenhausen in Sydney. We've only said it for 100,000 times, and we've got to race on this rubbish that we race on, and no one's doing anything about it. So am I a whinger?
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, yeah, I am.
Yes.
Because it's not good enough. I mean, we got to, look where the NRL used to be. Look where the AFL used to be, or back in the VFL days. Now we're on brilliant, beautiful surfaces, and that's what we need to race on. It's as simple as that. And I mean, I'm calling Browser for what it is. I'm on here to talk about some of my horses, and very rarely do I ever put my own personal hat on. Now, let's be fair about that.
No,
Everyone's
I'm
allowed
just
their
reading
opinion.
out the text
I'm
messages.
not. I'm just saying.
Wayne, please, Muntz was good. Shouldn't be used in the same sentence as Zara.
What?
Zara, you mentioned Chris.
No, I know
yeah,
what I'm
I know,
saying.
but
I'm
I know
saying what?
Yeah.
Mark, Chris. The difference with Chris Muntz and Mark Zara is Chris Muntz could ride 48.
Yeah.
Mark Zara can only ride 57 when he comes back from his annual leave every winter. So Chris Muntz had a hell of a lot more opportunities to ride bottom weight horses in a Doncaster, in Cox Plates, in those sort of races. And the heavyweight jockeys don't have as many chances to ride.
BJ says, I have a huge yes for the VRC and the racing public in general. I was at Flemington on Saturday and it was by far the easiest day I've had at the races with such a big crowd. I'm unsure exactly what worked, but no doubt the design of the new stands and new section off areas must have had something to do with it. I was also amazed at how well the crowd behaved. They dressed the part, and there just wasn't that really drunk feel that the course had at 3 p.m. 20 years ago. Even the train home was really well mannered with everyone looking out for everyone. That's from BJ. And well done to Kylie Rogers. She's taken over the VRC. And those changes, as BJ pointed out, it was a pleasant day at the races with over 80,000 people there.
88,000 there. Everest Day, I noticed, was a lot of young crowd. I went to the nursery and had a look, and it was full of young people. And you know what? We need these people coming through into the industry, because I would think the average member age it'd be an older demographic. So with the younger kids coming through, it's a fantastic thing to happen. I actually caught the train from Flemington into Flinders Street Station, and old mate was right. Everyone was well mannered and singing Sweet Caroline and whatever on the train I was on. It was I've never done that before. It was my first, but it was actually so easy to do, and then it was free, so it was a good win.
The Calcutta at the Rising Sun tonight. Can anyone go, or do I need to purchase a ticket? It is free, Adam. Yeah, the Rising Sun, South Melbourne. There tonight. I'll be there.
You'll be there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Beautiful.
You know what, Gareth?
You take the Dale. Is the Dale going with you?
Lives 35 metres from there.
The Dale's going with you.
Yeah. There's
there you
a
go.
host of SEN people that'll be there. Yeah.
So if anybody wants a photograph of Gareth and his new love, go and get your
you
camera there
Wayne
and take a little shot.
It'll be a lot of fun. Fresh beer.
What time?
Fresh beer.
Fresh
cold
beer.
beer.
Thank God.
Fresh
Beer's
beer.
fresh at the Rising Sun.
Brilliant
What time?
steaks.
What time is the
steaks?
What time is that?
5 o'clock it starts.
5. Beautiful.
I'm going to go to the Call of the Card as well.
Very good. I'm
You
going to go there this afternoon.
You said I could have 10,000 of your money to go and back Valiant King.
I'm going to borrow that off
Uncle Wayne. Yeah.
I'll borrow the 10,000 off Wayne.
Yeah. Yes for Kylie Rogers. She is a gun.
Yeah,
has
yeah,
made
very-
sure she gets around all the participants and has brought her knowledge with her and adapted to the clientele. 100% agree with you there. Right, Wayne's right about the Sydney tracks. I just don't bet there when the tracks are dodgy. That's from Piggy. Hey, guys, is observation the Cox Plate and 10 tyres for the Everest a good go for the futures? I don't know about that, Jesse. Yeah, Observer, yep.
Well, the answer is yes. What do you mean? Yes.
All
sure.
right, then who are you backing in the Melbourne Cup then? If I gave you $100, Johnny?
I'm going to have $50 the win on Buckaroo and $50 the win on Valiant King.
You honestly think Buckaroo will get 2 miles?
I do. Absolutely,
yeah.
I do. 100% I do.
Wayne?
Otherwise, we wouldn't be running it.
The Valiant. Down the bottom, the Valiant.
Valiant
Lightweight.
King.
Jay McNeil, done it before, needs to do it again.
Johnny might need a few Valiants if Valiant King wins.
It's going to be a bit of fun if it wins.
Half his luck. There's one here that says Federalist. Federalist went to the paddock and had the ultimate operation. He's now 2 stone lighter as of last Thursday afternoon.
Yeah,
I will say that I think Paul Prushka's got a great chance, as I said earlier, with Torrenzino. He'll like the soft track and he wants the ground. And that Presage Nocturne is a very, very good horse.
You're
if
right.
J-Mac was riding it, it'd be favourite.
I've just got a picture of J-Mac, 54 kilos, ready to rumble. He's already
Wow.
down to 54.
It'd be
Righto.
favourite if he was riding it.
Latest track update, hot off the press. Flemington is currently a soft 7. Rain the last 24 hours, 23 mil. Last 7 days, 57 mil.
It'll be a heavy track.
Well,
It'll be on the worst side of a soft 7.
It depends what happens, honestly,
Tomorrow,
between now.
yeah.
No, but between now and and tomorrow. So
Yeah.
it's currently a 7, and they've had an inch of rain, and we've had 2 inches in the last week. So Liam will get it right.
Can you just admit something for me
Yeah,
before we go, Wayne?
Well, when do I tell lies?
No, can you just say that Mark, Sarah, J Mac and D Lane are the top 3 jockeys now in the land?
They are.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I say that?
No, I just
Well,
want
what about Ethan Brown?
Why wouldn't I say
Well,
that?
he'd be top 4. I'd be in the top
What about
5.
Craig Williams?
Why wouldn't I say
Craig
that?
Williams be top 5.
What about Tommy Berry?
Just outside.
What do you mean? He rode a double on Saturday. Tommy's a jet.
I'm only
Where was? Yeah, someone texted.
Yeah, I was only staring because people were texting in. Yeah.
D Lane, where was he? Japan Saturday.
Yep. Yep.
Is he back for the cup?
He's
No.
he's
Is he
riding
what's he
Chevalier
riding?
Rose.
Yep.
Craig Williams is a wonderful big time rider.
He is. He's another
No,
one.
mate,
He's
if
another
I
one.
was riding
He's
Chevalier
another one.
Rose, I'd rather. And I know he's loyal to the Japanese crew, and obviously
he's
he
mov-
knows
he's
I'd
moving
rather
over there
be
next
sitting-
year, though. He's moving
I'd
over
rather
there
be
next
at
year,
bloody Saki and go and have some sushi.
Wait a sec. What did you just say?
Isn't he
What's
moving?
that
isn't he
Japanese
moving over there
restaurant?
next year,
I
mate?
don't know.
Damien Lane?
That's news to me. That's a big breaking story.
Yeah, wow.
I said, isn't he?
Don't go like to we were
Ooh.
David Hayes. Remember, you got stuck into me for that story 2
Yeah,
years ago.
you know what Gareth said? David Hayes is coming home. Didn't that just go left field?
Yeah, wow.
Isn't Damien Lane going to go there
Oh, I
on
don't
a
know. I
12-month
think-
contract, whatever, like
well,
a
he can
long term?
go. He goes for his short periods.
Right.
Just quietly, he should be at Nobu on Tuesday or Saki, one of those places, rather than riding that horse in the cup.
Good luck, Johnny, in the
Thank
cup.
you.
I
Let's
hope you
hope-
win.
Let's hope. I
Where's
just hope
the after
everybody.
party?
I hope everyone gets around safe. That's the most important thing.
Yes.
The horses and the
Someone,
jocks.
someone just sent a text message. Willie Pike says hello.
He's-
Hello, Wizard.
Hey,
Wizard.
Willie's flying at the moment.
He's on
He's
fire.
riding in
I
terrific
tell you, he's
form.
riding in terrific form overseas. Jamie Spencer.
Yeah.
Is he?
He's on
Is he?
fire over there.
Is he really?
Is he really?
His daughter's out riding a bit of work for Kieran.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Working out
Hey-
here at the moment. She was on Middle Earth, I think, the other day, out in
There
the
you
water,
go.
having a bit of a look.
Tom Preble was great to see him at the races. Make sure
Yeah.
if you can, you back a winner, donate. Just go to the GoFundMe page. It's nearly up to 330,000, but he's an inspiring young man, and yeah, it was good to see him at the races, and it's good to see all the love for Tommy as well, not just from his fellow participants, but from the racing fans in general. So right
a
behind
ripper.
the kid.
Champion.
Good on you, Wayne. Good on you, Johnny
Great to see you, G.
O'Neill.
What do you like in the cup? I know you said flatten the curve,
No,
but you're only
serious.
saying that because you like the hammer.
No,
You've-
no.
You've been watching him in a
No,
couple of those
but-
movies you've got at home.
Hammer.
I've got to
Handsome.
I really like flatten the curve each way. I'm on at 100
But you're all over
50 to 1.
Maydan last week. Well, you change your mind now.
No, do you know what? I don't like him on a heavy track Meydan.
Uh-huh,
Yeah, I
okay.
think it's going to be too wet for him. If it was good to soft, I would be on Meydan each way.
Mhm. But now you're on
But-
flatten the curve.
Flatten the curve and Valiant King.
Okay.
I'm warming to Valiant King.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
All
Have a
right,
great
very
day,
good.
boys. I'll probably change my tip tomorrow, but that's right now. And we're flatten the curve and Valiant King. 16 minutes past 11. Time for a quick break. Bag of tips next. And then a special Giddy Up Stable Mail, concentrating on the Melbourne Cup run, is also coming up in this hour. And don't forget, Giddy Up is going to 1 o'clock today with the weekend preview team joining me in the studio for our Melbourne Cup preview.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. The Giddy Up bag of tips for Oz Equipment Rentals. Supplying equipment to the construction, mining and roadworks industries. OzEquipment.com.
We'll try and find you some winners on Cup Eve at Ballarat today. We're just having, we'll try and get a track update, but it has poured down in Ballarat. They're on a heavy track. I think the stewards are walking the track at the moment just to see if it's suitable for racing or not. Bag of tips brought to you by Bet365. It's never ordinary when it's brought to you by Bet365. Imagine what you could be buying instead for free and confidential support. Visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. The Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee, just down the road from Swan Hill. Swing by for a cold beer. Oz Equipment Rentals, supplying equipment to the construction, mining and roadworks industries. OzEquipment.com. And the Bet365 Boost Horse is race 5, number 10, Midi Angel. It's out to $3.50 now. No, that's not out to $3. It's a $3.50 chance we're getting as our boost horse, and that is till 12 o'clock today. We'll get an update with the track in just a moment, but Sam Lyons from racing.com joins us. Hello to you, Sam.
How are you, Gareth?
Good, thanks, mate. What's your...
Yes. What is it, our little day in between?
Yeah.
Ballarat, heavy track. So it's not quite Cup Day, but there'll be some winners if we go ahead.
So where do we start with your best bet?
Well, I just heard that it's the Mega Boost.
Yes.
We
probably stole it from you for the Mega Boost, so no pressure.
Well, I was on a bit of a dry spell, but I think last time we chatted, I only did both of them. So it was I'm back in form. Hopefully we can hold it. Now, there's a Mini Angel just looks a really nice chance here off the back of this track being heavy. It was 2 starts ago that it knocked off the maiden. Did take 10 starts to do so, but was very consistent through some solid maidens and got to Moe, got to a heavy 9 and won well. Jamie Mellum in the saddle. It was $1.75. Was expected to win, but what I loved about it was the way that it accelerated late, in particular over that 1200 through the heavy ground, and gets today 1200 metres, benchmark 56. It was a touch disappointing last time out, but it was Geelong and it was a firm 3. Just didn't seem to stretch out at all. So I think getting back on a heavy will be a big tick, and on a day where it could be a little bit tough with this track and all the scratchings, I think Mini Angel is probably as good a bet as you're going to get. And if you're getting $3.50, I think you can have something on at that.
Best roughie?
Best roughie. Well, I changed this one at Race Around a little bit this morning after the heavy scratchings. We had 11 scratchings come out of the last. I've gone with Battaglia, whichever way you'd like to say it. This is a horse who just really improves on grubby ground. Now, that's what it's going to be by the end of the day. If they get there and race 8, they're going to have 7 races go around in between. I get the feeling this horse can just go forward and give them something to catch. And it's going to be hard to run those horses down who generally can get through it. The favourite in the race is $1.75. It's $1.70 now, Wrigley Field. It's lightly raced from the McAvoy yard. It does look to have upside. Never been exposed to anything better than a good 4, and that's going to be a little bit of a query. But love the fact that Battaglia's had 7 goes on the heavy, a couple of wins, a couple of placings, and look, it wasn't that flash last time out at Mornington, a benchmark 62 behind Winston, but I thought the run prior to that at Moe, when running 3rd on the soft, was good, and you go 3 starts prior to that as well. It was a running 2nd at Papalami on a soft track as well. So I think it's the one that you could get a little bit of a value about, but as I look now, I think it was $11 or $12 this morning. I think it might be $7.50. What have you guys got it at?
Just having a look now. I think it was around... Just my computer freezes. Just that always does when I need it the most. Wait a sec. Bear with me.
Anyone would think we'd be prepared for this?
No, I was. I was looking at it before, and then I'm just trying to change races. $7.290.
Oh, she's in. So there's been a little bit of support.
Yeah.
We saw $11 this morning post scratching. So I think they've caught on that it's one of the genuine wet trackers in the field. So I think it's still an each way play. And if you're getting, it looks like you're getting with 2 place dividends around that $2.90 or 3, you could have something on each way there. But it's a tough day. It's going to be interesting too. Tommy Stockdale, he rode the first 2 winners yesterday on Peninsula Cup Day. Yep. He's on 2 odds-on shots in the first 2 races again here for Liam Howley too. A couple of young maidens on their way up. So bit of interest around early. See if they go around. Race 4 is an interesting race as well. There was plenty of debutants, a lot of scratchings come out, but there's still some good ones. I think Royal Flair goes pretty handy for the McCarthy yard as well. Yeah. Ethan Brown will take the ride. I'm not sure how much you want to be backing what it looks like a big striding first starter on heavy first go, but I've got it on top and it'd be worth following the form out of that race. Other than that,
beautiful.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Lavendor, another horse you might not know, but if people were punting, one of the favourites of race 6 has just come out, late scratching as well, due to the ground.
So your quaddie numbers just quickly before we let you go, mate?
Yeah, race 1 or leg 1, 5, 9 and 10. Yeah. Race 6, 1, 3, 5, 14. Race 7, 1, 5, 8 and 10. Race 8, 5, 7 and 12.
Tipping a cup before we let you go, brother?
Oh, geez. I'm finding the cup very, very tough. I'm going to stick with Bowie Mertens to win one. I think River of Stars. I like the run. I think there's a bit of value there. I think it'll stay the trip. But honestly, if there's ever a cup you can throw a few darts, it might be this one because I think there's plenty of horses that could surprise at a price.
Good on you, brother. Enjoy Ballarat if it goes ahead.
Yes. Cheers, mate. Have a good one.
Luke Ovanessian likes at Coral. Race 2, number 1, Highland Lad. And race 5, number 6, Baggage Handler. So race 2, number 1, race 5, number 6. At Ballina, he likes race 3, number 5, Back on the Quote. And race 5, number 10, Tag a Smile. Race 3, number 5, race 5, number 10. Check out racingqueensland.com.au for where Queensland is racing today. Daniel Nuttall from racing.com likes at Rockhampton. Race 1, number 3, Out of Luck. And race 2, number 1, Philadelphia Miss. So race 1, number 3, race 2, number 4. Head to thetrots.com.au for expert harness racing tips and in-depth analysis for all major Victorian meetings. Darren Carroll at Charlton likes race 4, number 1, Random Mahoney, and race 6, number 10, Sawick. So race 4, number 1, race 6, number 10. And Harness Racing New South Wales, the home of the Carnival of Cups, where Australian music royalty meets quality harness racing action. Amanda Rando at Penrith likes race 6, number 2, Tigerlicious, race 7, number 3, Gimme a Reason, and race 8, number 1, Soho Gunslinger. So that is Bag of Tips, all thanks to, of course, Oz Equipment Rentals, the Mighty Ultima Hotel and Bet365. You can visit loveracing.nz for all you need to know about the sport of thoroughbred racing. Mark Clayton from NZ Racing joins us now at loveracing.nz. Hello to you, Clado.
Oh, yeah, good morning, Gareth.
Great time of year.
Time of the year, and we live for this, don't we?
Yeah, it doesn't get any better. I'll get a Melbourne Cup tip off you, but before that, some of the highlights across the weekend in New Zealand. Swiss Prince was far too strong in that Group 2 there.
Yeah, come off a nice maiden win at Ellerslie, and Joe Doyle, he was pretty taken with the horse at Ellerslie and then sort of led us in. It was a ownership Quinella, Rosemary Carter and Bruce Kendall. There's a lot of horses, those colours, we've seen a lot of them lately, and they Quinella Group 2, and it was good to see. But yeah, good rails ride by Joe Doyle, and won't be last win, Swiss Prince.
Yeah, what about this as a story and a half? We'll have to get the trainer Cliff Goss on it. 95 years of age, he was training Happy Venture to a success, who won a maiden, of course, there on Saturday at Taronga. Just explain that story for us, can you?
Oh, Cliff, look, he bought a teddy eye, and it certainly did with him. Look, Cliff had a trainer's license years ago. He moved to Tauranga. He retired. I think he's actually living in a rest home at the moment, but he potters around with 1 or 2 horses, and this is the only one he's got going at the moment. But he goes down the track in the morning, gets him out of the home, and the home's just buzzing. Like they're just all supporting him. And mother of Cherry Taylor, who part of Trelawney Stud.
Yes.
So they've got some fine lines there, but he's just a real gentleman. And there's plenty of people sort of cheering you on Saturday and show some of those young fellas like Rogie how it's done.
100%. Well, I'm going to New Zealand. I'm going to take Giddy up on the road again. We'll have to. We love Cherry here on Giddy Up because obviously she's great for the game, and we've got to catch up with her old man Cliff. That will be some story. We'll definitely do that. I'll organise that.
Oh, yeah, they're fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic, gentlemen.
Yeah. What about a Melbourne Cup tip?
Well, I'm going to go rough. I was doing trackside radio about 73 years ago. I took one out. It sat 3 wide over 3,000 metres at the Valley one day, and it still ran away and hid. And I said, well, if you can do that, you can win a Melbourne Cup. Smoke and Romans.
Smoke and Romans.
Smoking Roman, I'm the only fan, Smoking Romans, but I've backed him before, and he's he's been such a great horse to me over the years. But he might be found out tomorrow. But hey, wet track. I'm sticking with Smoking Romans. I've got to have a saver on him, especially at 80s or 100s.
Yeah.
And the other one I do like, more of a winning chance, I think, Gareth, is down the bottom of the page, Torrenzino.
Yes. Well, he's got that. That's a Warrnambool Cup form lines there.
Yeah, and look, he's got a devastating finish on him, and he, by Tarzino, and he'll get the trip. And yeah, I think he's been crying out for 2 miles. So I want to see the Cup stay down here first and foremost.
Yeah. No, love it. Smoking Romans and Tarazino. That'll be something. The horses, the Quinella, the Warrnambool Cup, Quinella, the Melbourne Cup. Love your work, Clado. Enjoy Cup Day there tomorrow.
Oh, we will. We've got Kaikoura Cup on today.
I'm watching it.
Oh, just beautiful. Beautiful race courses you'll ever see in your life, isn't it? We're lucky to be down there last year, but not this year. But two really special pictures coming out of there today.
Yeah, my man, Gary Hill Jr., or Australia's man, representing, of course, Australia in the World Drivers' Championship, had 2 firsts and a third. So we started off that series on fire, G. Hill Jr. So that's terrific to see. Hey, good on you, mate. Thanks for that, Clado. Appreciate it.
No, thank you, Gareth.
There we go, Mark Clayton. Thanks to loveracing.nz for all you need to know about the sport of thoroughbred racing. Let's take a break on the other side of it. In fact, it's the news. And then we'll get stuck into Giddy Up stable mail for Melbourne Cup Day. And our first guest will be Ed Crisford.
Hello there, making SEN News headlines. Optus executive Stephen Rue is being grilled at a Senate inquiry about the telco's deadly 000 failure. 3 deaths occurred during the outage affecting emergency calls in September. The CEO says they are deeply sorry. UK police are continuing to piece together a knife attack on a train which injured 11 people. A 32-year-old man remains in custody. And a new study has found obstructive sleep apnea may be linked to microbleeds in the brain that could impact your risk of dementia. Up next, sen.com.au sport. Australia's made a couple of changes to the T20 squad with the series at 1-1 heading into Game 4 on Thursday. Travis Head and Sean Abbott have both been released to play Sheffield Shield with Ben Dorshus added. And in NFL, the Rams have beaten the Saints and Buffalo, downing the Chiefs, while the Raiders and the Jaguars match has gone into overtime. Starting soon, the Commanders play the Seahawks.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
This is Giddy Up on this Monday on Melbourne Cup Eve. It's now time to have a chat to a few trainers, and the first one is Ed Crisford. Of course, along with his father Simon, they will be sending around Maidan in tomorrow's big race, the Melbourne Cup, and Ed joins us this morning. Good morning to you, Ed. Thanks for your time.
Good morning, Gareth.
How is Maidan, mate, on the eve of the Cup?
Yeah, no, he's great. Really well. Very pleased with him. He's, taken everything in his stride since the Caulfield Cup. Looks fantastic. Conditions well. Couldn't be happier with him, Gareth.
So what track does he need? Is a heavy track too wet for him?
Well, I to be honest, he's never run on a heavy track. you know, I think softs is fine. Good to softs, fine for sure. But heavy is into the unknown.
Yeah.
On his breeding, he should be getting through it.
Yeah.
And you know, we always felt he's better on getting his toe in, so hopefully he'll be all right. But your heavy isn't the same as our heavy.
Yeah.
It's a completely different sort of track. I mean, you know, it's sort of probably a bit more like sort of our soft, so it should be fine.
A strong 2 miles. You confident you can get that?
Yeah, no, we are confident, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, he only really had to watch his Caulfield Cup effort to see that, you know, he was running on, and the track that day just didn't really suit. I've already said that a few times, and he just didn't come down the hill. But he 2 miles at Flemington, he's probably actually Flemington he'll suit very well. And the 3,200 meters is well within his reach.
Listening to James McDonald, he is so bullish about this horse's chances now after riding him at work on a couple of occasions now at Werribee. Has he been one of those horses that just excels since he's arrived in Melbourne? He seems to be enjoying the Victorian life.
I think for sure he's improved since the Caulfield Cup.
Yeah.
Mentally, physically, I think like his demeanor around the place is sharper.
Yeah.
And I think that's basically probably what James is feeling. He's probably feeling something that, you know, a horse that's just peaking at the right time.
Well, we wish you the best of luck. I think you're busy with the horse as we speak. So, mate, it's so exciting. What would it be like to win a Melbourne Cup?
Well, I mean, it's just been huge, to be honest. It's what everyone dreams of. It's why we're down here. You know, it's a big effort from our whole stable in England and the guys here, and it's for his owner, Sheikh Ahmed's. You know, just the whole effort would just be huge. And, you know, Melbourne Cup would be one of the best races around the world. And, yeah, it would just be a magic day if we managed to pull it off.
Well, enjoy the build-up, mate. Congratulations on getting him here once again. And, yeah, good luck. Don't worry about that barrier. You got J-Mac aboard. You should be okay. And,
it's a tough draw, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
There's a long straight to sort themselves out.
Yeah. Good luck, mate. We appreciate you coming on Giddy Up.
Thank you very much, Gareth.
There's Ed Crisford.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
The favourite for the Melbourne Cup is Half Yours. He's been some story this spring. He won the Caulfield Cup, of course, 3 weeks ago. He's trained by Tony and Calvin McAvoy, and Calvin joins us now. Good morning, Calvin.
Good morning, Gareth. How are you?
Good, thank you. How was Half Yours this morning on the eve of the Cup?
Yeah, outstanding. No, very good. He's his normal, fresh self, and he had a nice bowl around this morning and bounced off the track as he does, and he looks spot on for tomorrow.
So can you keep him going? Can you keep him doing what he's been able to do this preparation in the big one?
Definitely. No, I think we can. He's, to us, he hasn't changed at all, the horse. He's really enjoying his preparation. And although you never really know until, when a horse has had enough, generally trainers don't run horses if they think they haven't got one more in them. But all his signs tell us that he's spot on for another run.
It's quite remarkable then when you think about what he's been able to do in the last, 12 months especially.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, he's a special horse, isn't he? But, his early runs were quite spaced. It's only really been his sort of past three that have been quite busy and then into this. But this is what the good horses have got to do. They've got to be able to race on the fortnight backups, and all of the early racing, it was quite spaced. I think that set him up nicely for this.
You've been enjoying the rain?
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of it.
Yeah. It's
spitting here. Looking at the radar, it sort of looks like it's at the moment going underneath Flemington, but I mean, the radars, it's still saying there's plenty coming, so bring it on.
So what's the perfect ground for him? He doesn't heavy, soft for a Melbourne Cup?
I think a soft track. Look, I think, he's been very effective on good threes his last three runs, but I just know how much he enjoys getting his toe in. So we'd love a soft 7. I think that'd be perfect ground.
Yeah. And 2 miles?
Yeah, look, it's until horses do it, Gareth, it's very hard it's always a slight query, but everything about him all the way along has suggested that he'll love 2 miles. He relaxes. Pedigree says he'll get it. He's got a couple of jumpers in the pedigree, so I'm not concerned one bit about the 2 mile.
Are you more nervous before the Caulfield Cup than you are right now?
Yeah, I was terrible before the Caulfield Cup. I was unbearable to be around. I've been very relaxed, Gareth. I don't know why. I think because the horses, he delivered the result in the Caulfield Cup, and it's all been very smooth into tomorrow, and I'm just enjoying it now, which is quite nice. I'll probably get a bit nervous tonight, I think.
Who's the horse to beat?
A lot of respect for Al Riffa. A lot of respect for that horse. He's proven star, proven traveller, trained by a great trainer. And Valiant King, I think Valiant King really sets up well, doesn't he? He's got 51, trained by the goat, and I do see him. But look, I wouldn't swap my boy for anyone.
What about, we need a winner outside of Half Yours, of course. A couple of 2-year-olds, Saluki and Nell, go around in that first race, the Maribyrnong Plate.
Yeah, look, they prepped up nicely. Nell won a famous 2-horse race at Bendigo.
Yes.
He's improved since that run, so he's had a look down the straight. His experience will take him a long way. Saluki is doing the opposite. She's actually going in off one jump out only. She's quite a raw filly, but has nice enough ability. It's hard to be too confident in this race tomorrow, but they'll certainly run well.
And what about in the last race? You got the Magic Man, Joe Moreira, aboard Bossy Nick. In fact, it's a knife.
And look, she's a really good wet tracker, this mare, and she's been very unlucky. She hasn't struck a wet track for a really long time, so she's well over the odds, and I'd give her a push definitely if it gets into the soft or heavy range. She'll be very hard to beat.
You got runners at Echuca and Wangaratta there tomorrow. It's such a big day right across Australia, really, for Melbourne Cup Day. So, Kelvin, if I gave you $100, what would you do with it?
I would have it on Half Yours in the Melbourne Cup.
Race 7, number 14 in the big one, the Lexus Melbourne Cup.
I'd go down to the Call of the Cards and get the best price you can get.
Yeah, all right. Then you'll be at the Call of the Cards today. I think we're heading there after the show.
Yeah.
Another cashy, Calvin. Another cashy. Unbelievable. Yeah, people go, geez, it's going to be life-changing, Calvin, if you win the Melbourne Cup, which it will because of the prestige, and it does change your life because everybody will know who you are. Most people do anyway, but it is a life changer when you talk to the winners of the Melbourne Cup. But financially, you've already made your percentages, they tell me, in cashes this week, Calvin. You've been very good. You paid for the wedding anyway.
SEN might need to follow suit, yeah.
Yes, 100%. And I was talking to Simon Morris yesterday, and he's heading to your wedding. Geez, he's excited. Is it true that he was a little bit disappointed he didn't make it into the wedding party?
Well, there's still time. Time. Dave Eustace has been quite quiet over there in Hong Kong, so he might have to be shafted to the bench. Simon will be in great form, no doubt.
Well, you go and live that dream, brother. We're proud of you. Win, lose, or draw. It's been a mighty job with your father, of course, with half yours. And wouldn't it be sensational to see Jamie Mallum win a Melbourne Cup after becoming the first female jockey to win a Caulfield Cup? So, yep, you go and get him, mate. Thanks for that.
Thanks, Gareth.
What a job the McAvoys have done with half yours, and he deserves to be favourite for the Lexus Melbourne Cup tomorrow. Hey, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back with plenty more next.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. This is Giddy Up Special. Stable mail ahead of Cup Day, and Gai Waterhouse and Adrian Bott will be sending around Vauban, who this time is at a far bigger price than he was his last couple of years, and Adrian joins us now. Good morning, Adrian.
Hey, good morning, Gareth.
Are you happy with this rain that's starting to pour down in Melbourne town?
Yeah, look, trying to find a few things in our favour for the race, and I think that may be one of them. He's shown a bit of form on the soft track, more so overseas. So, yeah, I think that'll work into his favour.
I reckon Willie Mullins told us last year if it's above 27 degrees, this horse melts. But he's not going to get 27 degrees tomorrow.
Yeah, look, he hopefully trades more in line with what we've seen in this preparation. He's been great this time around in Sydney. He's been on some big days and some hot days as well. He's handled the occasion nicely. So, look, obviously, Cup Days different again, different level of pressure and crowds and whatnot, and he's been there before. So hopefully we can see him hold it together.
All right, then. Everyone's tipping Surf and Bird as their best of the day at Flemington tomorrow. If Surf and Bird gets a heavy track or a soft 7, would that be a concern for her?
Look, I think she can be effective in it. I think the sort of breed seemed to do well through it. She seems the type that could handle it. She's obviously deep enough into a campaign, fit enough to handle a high pressure race and a good test there in that regard. But she was excellent there last start. I was quite sort of impressed with the way that she, after doing it tough, the way she exploded. She was she was very good.
Then we move on to Champagne Hero, goes around a little earlier. What do you make of Champagne Hero's chances coming to
Melbourne? He's run two runs back was excellent in the gloaming. He was sort of a bit unlucky and just sort of held up behind runners, but it was a good run on that occasion. He probably disappointed us a bit in the Spring Champion. Was hoping to see more from him. Had the view of sort of bringing him down for the Derby, but whether he sort of didn't quite see out the trip there. I think obviously the drop back in grade will be a benefit, and then coming back to the 1800 metres might be the key for him.
And what about Major Bill?
Yeah, excellent. Nice run from him first up. Another one that should just relish any form of wet ground there. He's got some good stats on the wet tracks, and he's opened some good improvement off that first up run. No doubt be more effective there over that little bit further.
All right, there, mate. Looks like it's going to be a big day for the stable. What's your best if I gave you $100?
Yeah, no, I'll be sticking with Surf and Bird. I thought she seems in excellent shape.
Beautiful race 9, number 15. Good luck tomorrow, but especially in that cup, mate.
I appreciate it, Gareth. Thank you.
There's Adrian Bott there. It's quickly closing on 12 o'clock. Paul... No, we haven't got Paul Prisco. We might get Paul tomorrow. Jamie Lovett from Australian Bloodstock will join us. He's got our referee, Vauban, and Royal Supremacy in the Melbourne Cup. And then we've got the weekend preview team doing their Melbourne Cup preview. Dean Watling and also Mickey Gannon will be joining me.
Hi, it's Amy True with the latest SEN News. The CEO of Optus has apologised for the telco's recent 000 outage during a Senate inquiry into the incident. Stephen Rue defending the 6-hour time frame it took to alert the regulator of an issue and the further 2 hours to inform the government.
But it was important to have the facts so that I had the information I could accurately provide to both the ACMA, the federal government and the department.
The Nationals Party has unanimously agreed to abandon its net zero commitments. Leader David Littleproud saying the party will focus on aspirations rather than targets as the Liberals continue to debate their own energy platform. House prices across the country have risen again in October, the 10th consecutive month of growth and an increase of 7.5% in the past year. Auctioneer Tom Panos telling Seven the government's first home buyers incentives is fueling the growth.
With the hope that it was going to put, water on a housing market that's on fire, I think it's actually been more like petrol. What we've seen is those lower price points just skyrocket in a very short period of time, as well as the growth that we've had throughout the year.
And overseas, an act of terror has been ruled out as a motive following a mass stabbing attack on a London-bound train in the UK. 11 people were injured, 2 critically. A 32-year-old man has been arrested and continues to be questioned. sen.com.au sport is coming up next. Travis Head and Sean Abbott leave the T20 squad for respective home states after India levelled the series with a 5-wicket win over the Aussies in Hobart last night. Ben Dwarshuis makes a return for the last 2 matches happening on the Gold Coast and in Brisbane. Just 18 days to go until the Ashes get underway. Catch it live right here on SEN.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up, the weekend preview team of Dean Watling and Mickey Gannon up far away, along with Zach Tunbridge. It's 4 minutes past 12 as we go an extra hour on Melbourne Cup Eve here on Giddy Up. It's great to catch up with Jamie Lovett from Australian Bloodstock. They're looking for their 3rd Melbourne Cup tomorrow, and they've got 3 strong chances. Vauban, who they purchased last year, and he's been the favourite of the last couple of Melbourne Cups, but you're getting $20+ tomorrow afternoon. The second favourite, the St. Ledger champ, El Riffa, who has to carry 59, and then the Metro winner in rules supremacy for Kira Ma and Robbie Dolan. And Jamie joins us now. Good morning, Jamie.
Morning, lads. How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, look, always excited. It's Christmas Eve for us. I can't wait.
How can El Riffa, like he's playing how good El Riffa is, and how can he win a Melbourne Cup carrying 59?
Yeah, look, he's obviously got a very good CV, 3-time Group 1 winner in Europe, so he comes very well credentialed, but obviously being a handicap, he's being weighted up to his best, I'd suggest, but I'd give him a really good hope. I think he's the right horse, and if he gets the right run around, I'm sure Mark will give him every chance.
What's the message from Joseph since he's arrived in this country?
His actual flight was delayed. He's only just landed now.
Okay.
So we'll have a chat in a couple of hours when he gets here. But the horse has settled in great. Table 12. So everything's gone to plan. So we're on track.
Beautiful. And you got the right man aboard. He's on fire at the moment, Zara.
Yeah, look, he's in red hot form, and I don't think anyone rides the Flemington 2 mile better than Mark. So we're delighted to have him on.
Has Four-Band got under everyone's guard in a way? Now he's had a big prize. Obviously, as we said, he started favourite or close to favourite the last 2 cups. Your thoughts about his chances?
Yeah, look, I mean, you're right. He's probably flying under the radar a bit. He can mix his form. But I think if ridden, just leave him alone early and give him a chance to come in that second wave rather than sort of be, I think he was a bit close the other day. And all his best racing in Europe, he's been ridden dead cold. So I'm hoping that's how he's ridden. And I give him a chance to run into the money. Obviously, he's going to have to improve on his Caulfield Cup run to be a winning chance. But we know he's a high-quality horse. He'll love a bit of cut in the ground. And if he gets the first part of the race right, I suggest he'd be some hope.
And then you've got Royal Supremacy. He took out the Metrop, of course. He was pretty good, I thought, in a Caulfield Cup. Can he win a cup?
Look, we're delighted with him. He sort of was a victim of circumstances when Middle Earth got fractures. He was on his back legs when the gates opened, so we come out slow, but we probably had him mapped a bit closer, but due to that, he sort of had to make a run from the half mile, and he probably flattened about late, but I thought his run was very creditable, and question mark whether he'll run the trip, but there's only one way to find out.
Yeah. Are you betting at the call of the card today?
Yeah, we are. I've got a few of the lads here, so we're looking forward to it.
Who are you backing?
Oh, we're going to have something on our riffo. A few of the owners are quite keen to bet, so we're just trying to organise that now.
Yeah, what price do you want? They'll give you $10, surely.
I would have thought $10. Yeah, that's what we're hoping.
Yeah. Well, we wish you the best of luck. It's a great achievement just to have 3 horses in the race, but 3 strong chances as you look for your 3rd cup. And who's outside of your horses? Who do you think the biggest danger is?
Oh, look, I think Valiant King's the weight horse.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'd be the one for mine. Yeah, the International's hard to get a line on, but I wouldn't. Yeah, look, I think it's just like typical Melbourne Cup. It's probably 10 to 1 the field, realistically.
Good luck, Jamie. Thanks for joining us on Giddy Up.
Thanks, guys.
There
Cheers.
we go, Jamie. Love it there. It's 8 minutes past 12. What I'll do is take an early break, and then we'll come back with Dean Mottling and Mickey Gaddon and Zach Tunbridge for a special Melbourne Cup preview here with the weekend preview team.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall. It's now time for the weekend preview with Mick Gannon, Dean Watling and Zach Tunbridge.
Time for the weekend preview, concentrating on the Melbourne Cup Day. We've also got the big dance as well in Sydney. Hello to you, Mickey Gannon.
Yeah, g'day, G. Dino, good to be here. Weather certainly turned it on for us, haven't they?
Yep. Hello to you, Dino.
Morning, G. Gano, yes, it's raining hot yesterday, raining today. Love Melbourne.
They tell us it's the most livable city in the world.
Yeah, well, it is actually. It was a beautiful day, Derby Day. What'd you make of Derby Day?
Yesterday too.
I think it's one of the best days of racing. I had an absolute ball out there. I think for the punters, G, if you didn't have a winning day, I'm not sure what you're doing. But no, outstanding. The facilities out there, the day itself, the track, everything was cracker. And there was some big wins. I know Pride of Jenny for you, G, 10 Tyrus for Gano. And I think a couple other punters. Observer was good too.
How good's Flemington? Like, you fit so many people in there, and you haven't, like, it doesn't feel like there's...
No.
Like, you feel like there's 20,000 compared to... You go to Randwick, you're like sardines.
It's probably like a double-edged sword, though. It's so big that you need a lot of people. Otherwise, it seems like a ghost town. But these big days, there's nothing better.
Yeah, there was nothing better than the atmosphere on Derby Day. It was a special day there. I don't know if it was a special day for Bet365. Zach Tunbridge joins us. Zach, hello to you, mate. How much did you lose on Saturday?
Personally, G, or
no, from wearing your Bet365 hat.
Yeah, it was a bit of a strip out. A lot of them weren't too happy, but look, it's good when the favourites get up and everyone's saluting. There's only a handful of blokes that look depressed and angry in the room.
Yeah, I would imagine. I'd be interested to work out like how big of a losing day it was for someone like Bet365 when all the favourites basically salute, and the People's Horse Pride of Jenny does what she did there as well in the Empire Rose, Zach. So that would be fascinating. I guess the bookies need to hit back. Hopefully they don't, but they need to bounce back for the rest of the week when it comes to Flemington anyway, Zach.
Yeah, I think all the favourites won. The Mega Boost won. Our multi just missed out.
Dino's fault.
Unbelievable. On the shopping board, Dino.
Oh, please.
Well, what do you mean, please? You're under a lot of pressure to keep your spot.
That's my first fault this season, G.
Lady Shenandoah only 2 weeks ago.
But you don't want to really be the person who just let us down, unfortunately.
It was a perfect day,
such a big day as well.
I know. I was so confident. I thought it was home. And then, just backwards. But that's
Mason Louis, you remember that name.
Where did he run?
Dead last, dropped out.
There must have been an excuse.
Goes, I have to check the steward's report.
Hey, Zach, we're going to do a top 10 multi today, hopefully. I think
we'll try and work it out.
We'll try and do something anyway. I'll do mine top 10. I love that bit. I was mucking it. We took one yesterday. We're mucking around, Mickey Gannon, with our top 10 and trying to work out who'll finish in the top 10 or not.
We get into arguments. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's good.
Who's been the best backed with Bet365, Zach, for this year's Melbourne Cup?
Largest hold is easily Al Riffer, which is I guess a bit surprising with the top weight, but this is from all Australian customers and international customers. They all like Al Riffer. It's been 10s into 8, but the biggest move, and for a roughie, is more felons. Some of the very smart punters have had a crack at 100s, now 40s, but that is one of our best roughies. But Al Riffer, biggest hold so far.
Just having a look at the Melbourne Cup market now with Bet365. And the favourite is Half Yours, and he's been the favourite since basically winning that Caulfield Cup. So just having a look at the market.
Equal favourite now. They're both equal favourite. Al Riffer and Half Yours, yeah.
So $7.50 each.
Who starts favourite?
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
I reckon Al Riffer will start favourite.
Me too. I reckon Al Riffer will start. I think it'll be interesting call of the card too, but Al Riffer for me, I reckon.
I tell you, he'll start favourite. I've got no doubt in the world this horse will start favourite. Valiant King. They'll come for it. 51 kilos. Wallow, John McNeil, $8.50. Like he looks like the horse that they'll come for late, I reckon. Valiant King. But it is going to be interesting. The call of the card will be fascinating. Presage Nocturne's into $8.50. Buckaroo, $9. Then you go to River of Stars, Absurd, Maidan, Flatten the Curve, Vauban, Further Rule, Supremacy, and One Smooth Operator, who's been easy because of this rain, along with Goody Two Shoes. So it is an interesting betting race. But Al Riffer and Half Yours are now the equal favourites. Who wants to start here with their look at the Melbourne Cup? We might go with you, Mickey Gannon.
What are you going to talk about, G? Speed map?
Well, I think the speed map's interesting. Changing of the guard, I reckon he'll be in front as they pass the winning post for the first time. Blinkers, wide gate, Tim Clark.
Yep, Arapaho, quick enough backup, 6-day backup.
Yep.
You suggest they'll be positive there.
They'll go
River of
forward.
Stars will be positive. Smoke and Romans.
Has to go forward.
Yep, we'll go forward.
I think Vauban, we just heard, probably going to go back.
We'll just drop out. Don't just look after him in the early part.
Wouldn't go too far back from barrier 2, would you? Just
No.
we end up last the rails would be a
Chevrolet
complete
Rose
disaster.
has tactical speed.
Yeah.
I think you'll see that horse. Torresino could push forward. Athabascan, we
Does the
touched
horse
this
like
in.
that go around? Will they run Chevrolet Rose on a heavy deck?
Yeah, well, they have to. What else are they going to be doing? They've come all the way from Japan. You got to just try your luck.
They might just go to the birdcage for the day.
Maybe, I don't know. Can they nominate for a Saturday or something?
They can in a Queen Elizabeth, but yeah, I guess they can scratch and go to a Queen Elizabeth
It's
on
got
Saturday.
no hope.
Yeah.
I think Observe, Buckaroo has the tactical speed to be up there, and probably Half Yours is the other. They'll probably land in midfield. What's
the
your
other one I want to throw in there? Land Legend. They've been riding it negative the last few. Any chance they try and be a bit more positive this time around? What did Chris say?
Depends
anything
if
this
no,
morning?
not really. He says it needs to improve. Whether they have the earmuffs
certainly
on.
does.
Have they got the earmuffs on and off?
No, they've come off.
Yeah.
And there's been an array of changes. So
Well, they
they're throwing the kitchen sink at him.
They might not be able to hold him back if he got the earmuffs on. He might just charge to the front.
Well, I hope he does
Well,
charge. He went enormous last year.
He sat third last year, didn't he?
No, he was midfield. But he couldn't hold
No,
him.
he
So,
sat second. He sat second in run.
yeah, no, he took off. Remember, he was on the inside. He couldn't hold him, and then he's pushed his way out and just let him run.
Zach's still got sore elbows.
Yeah. So it's an interesting speed map. I just don't think like Vauban they'll ride quiet because he can't, as Adrian Bott pointed out, like there's no point trying to hold a spot when you can't finish off. So you may as well take your medicine and let him try and finish off in the second half of the race.
The Hammer. He suggested that flatten the curve is pretty versatile.
Yeah.
What are they doing from there?
I think he's following Mark Zara.
Everywhere he goes.
Yeah, or James McDonald.
Not a
That's
bad
pretty
plan.
good. Yeah, pretty good plan to have.
That's astute planning, I think.
Yeah.
I like that.
let's so who are you tipping then, boys?
You want to
Straight
kick
into it.
off? You know?
Straight into it. Valiant King for sure.
Yeah.
Look, I think what he probably needs to produce his best is a fast run race, but it's going to be a true staying test. So the faster they go, the better his chances are. I think he can win the race. Half Yours. They purchased this horse for wet tracks.
Yeah.
He's come out and been dominant. It's interesting enough. Like he's proven to be a weight for age galloper now. He was competitive, but he beat home Aliana.
Yep.
So he now gets a wet track. He's an easy bet to have, and he could easily be top pick. But you can't have two top picks, can you? River of Stars, absolutely awesome in the Caulfield Cup. I think this is a good setup, and Flatten the Curve's just one that we've got some big futures tickets on, and looks like it will absolutely relish the rain effect going. And if you are looking in the form guide, that's a Saratoga dirt heavy, so just completely pen that like that. And that horse, Flatten the Curve, has won 7 of its last 8 runs.
Yeah.
Like how many horses have gone to Melbourne Cup in that kind of form? Okay, and I get it. They have beaten not many good horses, but look at horses like More Felons that's been well backed. Like, please. give
Well,
me
you-
a spell.
It looks like he's doing it easily, that horse, Flatten the Curve. And since he's joined Hank Groove's stable, he's unbeaten, basically, because that dirt track doesn't really count. So,
He's got absolutely carved up over there,
yeah.
isn't they? Yeah.
So he's a fascinating runner, Dino.
Yep, my top 3, Presage, Nocturne on top. I'm going to arrow in on the Caulfield Cup and Cox Plate form and a lead-up run this year. That's what I've identified. Buckaroo, he's in for second pick. Went via the birdcage, 3,400 metres. I reckon he ran last year around that turn. I think he brings the exact same preparation as Gold Trip. Very elegant through the Cox Plate. He's got a sense of timing. And the third is a Valiant King. I agree, everything you suggested, Gano. I think the only query with him is if they do go slow. He's been terrific in 2 fastly run races. Obviously, the Bart Cummings and then the Caulfield Cup. I just don't want him to go slow here. I think that's a detriment, but his run was outstanding in the Caulfield Cup. So they're the 3 for me. And I think the roughie, I know we touched on it and you gave it a number, but I do like More Felons. He needs a fast run race. He needs 32, and he absolutely eats mud.
Yep. So that's why I say Aussie Kerr went with Buckaroo into a Melbourne Cup, because he's got everything covered. If they go quick up front and it's a truly run race, Valiant King's the horse to beat. If it is a moderate run Melbourne Cup this year, Buckaroo's the weight for age star in this race, along with our Riffer. He'll need a ride, Buckaroo. He'll need a ride to get 2 miles And if he gets held up, albeit, that's how you got to ride him. But Craig will have to take the shortcuts and weave a little bit of magic with him.
Just on more felons, like his run 2 back in the when he ran 4th, he was out the back. It was the
Metropolitan.
Yeah, it was really, really good. But then and that was a fast run race. Then went to a slowly run race, and we were on him. And perhaps and I even were tipping him up in the Sydney set, saying, "Oh, have a bet on him in the Melbourne Cup." I think he's probably still the same price. But it went to a slow tempo, and went awful.
Yep.
So he's probably another one of Waller's that just needs a bit of speed.
Well, he's the one, like G mentioned. There's probably 2 horses, Half Yours and Buckaroo, who are probably the versatile 2 that can go off a fast and slow tempo somewhat. Then you got horses like Valiant King, more felons, and a couple that need that fast tempo to run on. But different form, loves the wet. I think, speaking on the track, Jay, I think it's already a soft 7 as we speak, and it hasn't looked like stopping the rain. So
it'll be on the worst side of soft, I reckon, by the time the Melbourne Cup comes. Al Riffa can handle rain affected going like he did in the St. Ledger, but whether you want him to be on a heavy track carrying 59, regardless if he handles it or not, that will be his test. Hey, we might do what we did with Mark Hunter and go through these horses, and we'll see if we can think that they can win or not. Al Riffa, the 1, I reckon he can win, definitely.
Yep, win.
Yes.
Yeah. I reckon Buckaroo, I'd take him on every day of the week, 2 miles on a rain-affected track. Like, I reckon 2 miles definitely sees him out.
No, I think he's a winning chance,
He failed on a Hollandale on a heavy deck.
Yeah,
and they blamed
couldn't
it
go.
They blamed it on conditions, so more than happy to take him on.
Arapaho maybe top 10. Wet track he's performed nicely before, but he's completely out of form.
He is.
So no.
No, Fuji. I would say if this gets to a heavy 8 or more, he is an outstanding top 10 bet. I don't think he can win the race,
I
but
completely
top 10
agree
bet.
with you. But he can't win the race.
Yeah. Zach, do you have any opinion on Al Riffa Buckaroo?
Yeah, I like Al Riffa. I probably have Al Riffa above, but they both can definitely win. Don't know about Arapaho, maybe top 10, but I like Al Riffa. Very heavy though.
Vauban, I give a chance to. I reckon he can surprise.
Well, I backed him in the last 2 Melbourne Cups, and I'm jumping off this cup, so you won't read that in the form guide. But
that's a good gear change.
Yeah.
Waddling off.
I like the riding him quiet though. I think he is a chance.
Yeah,
he's a chance. Yep.
Chevalier. What about you there, Zachy?
Yeah, well, I had a nice ticket on Vauban last year when it ran favourite at 50s and disappointed. So I'll have a little bit on anyway.
Yeah, Chevalier Rose could start now on a heavy track.
Nope.
No.
Next.
Zach?
No for me.
Broussard's Nocturne's an interesting one. Like Mark Hunter was interesting this morning, thinking that he's a query over 2 miles, Dino.
Yeah, he's got 3,000 metre form.
Yeah.
So I thought the query was everyone's got him penned as a dead set Weddy. The replays that Gano and I watched the other day, I would suggest up to a soft 7's good. I think any worse than that, he's somewhat of a query. There's a
Miles. I spoke to Miles this morning, and he said that he and Mitchie watched another one of it and said he's an absolute duck. And I was like, we're watching the different race because the one that we watched, he looked awful in it.
Yeah, so I think he's a massive winning chance. He's a top pick for me. I just don't want to get to a heavy 8 and 9.
Yeah.
Gano?
Can win.
Yeah. Zach?
But I'll take him on.
I'm with Dino. It's on top for me. But yeah, agree with everything you just said.
Middle Earth. I'm only saying he can win because of the Kieran Maher factor.
It's a no from me. You got to stand against something, so it's a no for me.
Yeah, just looking through his record, his soft 5 is the worst track he's been on.
Yeah.
Like, how could you chime into that? And then Kieran pushed him, so who knows? He's the master.
Yeah, he would know. I would imagine they're confident that he'll get through this ground. Zach?
Nah, not for me.
All right. Maidan, I'm worried about a heavy track now with him or a soft 7. I don't think he wants it that wet. That's the big concern for mine.
Yep, big concern. He's a no from me. Gonna
hard no.
Yep, Zach?
Couple of bets for it though, especially each way. They were one of the first ones. That might be JMac money, who knows? But there has been bets for it.
He's a big unit. He's built like you, G Hall.
Who, Maidan?
Yeah. Might struggle.
I think the gate's good though for him. Galloping room.
Yeah,
I don't mind that.
Absurd, I give a chance. Willie Mullins can do everything these days. He's winning a Breeders' Cup on turf with Ethical Diamond, who would have been hard to beat in a Melbourne Cup. I think that he's definitely an each-way chance. I didn't mind he's running a Caulfield Cup and unlucky in this race last year. So I say yes, Zach.
Yes, definitely a chance.
Yep.
Third attempt at the Cup. First 2 attempts, first up. They've gone for a prep run leading into this, and he's got an outstanding second up record. So I think he's a big yes.
No.
No, why?
I thought he had his chance to win last year in what is clearly, I think, a weaker edition last year.
Yeah.
And now there's a lot better horses here this time around. So happy to take him on.
Flatten the curve. We're all on board here, I think, for Thor Hammer Hansen.
We need it.
He's a winning machine, flatten the curve. I think he can win. Has there been much money for him, Zach?
Yep, they snapped up. We went up 26, went out to 29. They took that back into 21. There's definitely been some support. Yeah, popular runner.
He was 50 to 1 when Thor Hammer Hansen was on this show, and then I looked at it once he finished the interview, and he was $26. It was the Thor impact there.
Oh, I hope he wins just for the story, but I don't think he can win. I'm against him.
He can win.
Yep.
Sure.
What about Land Legend? I reckon he can win, but Chris didn't give me that much confidence today, Dino.
I don't think he'll win. I hope for Gano's sake, because Gano's going to have a little chip on him, I'm sure.
You've had $100 at $26 with Land Legend.
You get 60.
Yeah.
Maybe a little more, actually, to be completely honest, G. I think we...
That's value hunting at its very best.
He was 26s.
Tune in.
Backed him a few times and got to 15s and then put into I'd say the Caulfield Cup was an awful performance. But I think rain-affected track's going to suit him. Yeah. And it's Chris Waller. So what price is he, Zachy?
61. But I can tell you that this morning, Land Legend and Changing of the Guard have both been backed. Probably one of the more popular rougher runners. It's a weird cup because there's no one triple figures this year, which is a bit different to our past years.
You might get triple figures at some stage. Land Legend, like as a horse, is better than like
Smoking Romans and those
better
type of
than
horses.
the 100-to-1 pops that have won this race in the past.
Can you give Mickey Gadd an odds protector there for his futures play?
Thanks, Zachy.
Good early shopping.
What a goose.
Our man Mark Clayton from New Zealand, he was tipping Smoking Romans. I nearly fell off my seat. I'll give up if he wins. I suppose I didn't say that about Knight's Choice last year either. Your thoughts there, Zach?
Nah, not for me.
He can't win the race, but he's good for the race for his speed.
Yeah.
Top 10.
All right, then we go down to Changing of the Guard. He could be one of the most important horses here with the speed, with the blinkers on. He'll be whizzing across from that gate, Zach. So, but you're telling me they're backing him.
Well, when I said there wasn't anyone in triple figures, they backed him 150s in the 70s. That doesn't mean a heap of money, but there has been some bets trickling in today.
No from me, but another one. He's probably the most important horse in the field.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, then.
Won't be winning.
We'll take the news. This is right on 12:30, then we'll come back and have a look at the second half of the card. Plus, we'll get our best bets out for Melbourne Cup Day, both in Sydney and Melbourne.
Making SEN headlines, the boss of Optus has defended the company's actions while being grilled at a Senate inquiry over its 000 outage that's linked to at least 3 deaths. The latest news poll makes for sobering reading for the coalition, with its approval rating a new low of 24%. The NRL's concussion protocols are in the spotlight after Tongan star Eli Katoa was taken to hospital during yesterday's match against New Zealand in Auckland. And more losses for former Prince Andrew, also being stripped of his position as a Vice Admiral in the British Navy. sen.com.au sport is coming up next. The finishing touches are being put on prep for tomorrow's Melbourne Cup. Aussie bred Half Yours is the current favourite after its Caulfield Cup victory, although only 2 horses have won the double in the past 25 years. Joining the 5-year-old at top of the odds is Al Riffa, Valiant King and Buckaroo. Just 18 days to go until the Ashes get underway. Catch it live here on SEN.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. This is a special weekend preview on a Monday. Anyways, we get set for the Melbourne Cup. Dean Watling, Mickey Gannon, Zachy Tunbridge with me. We just had a chat about changing of the guard. The favourite, equal favourites, half yours for the McAvoys and Jamie Mallon. What's the money doing with this favourite now, Zach?
Yeah, holding price, but surprisingly not much. There's nothing like previous Caulfield Cup winners. Maybe don't blame them. Like, I think he might run a strong 2 miles and have that tempo like Adelaide River had in the Cup. But look, it's pretty quiet to be fair, but holding 750.
Yeah.
This is the hardest horse on the list to go through. I've been up and down with him all week. He's getting out to a backable price now, brings an ideal profile. Is the profile too good? Did he peak last start in the Caulfield Cup? That's my query, but strong tempo, soft tempo, wet track. He's hard to punch holes in. He can definitely win the Cup,
Absolutely. He can win, and he should start favourite. I'm not sure he will, but you could easily get him $5.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think he probably can win the race. Look, the query is been up for a long time, right? So it's a 56-day freshen, you could call it.
Yeah.
Other than that, we're pretty deep into preparation from almost March. So yeah, what you saw in the Caulfield Cup, they went quick.
Yeah.
So I think I don't think you can suggest the 3,200 metres is a query given how quick they went in that. Like,
and they went slow on a Turnbull, and he showed a turn of foot there.
He's got the weight for age, that little bit of form that we love.
He could be the horse that wins the race, and we all look back and go, "That was."
Yeah, he ticks all the boxes, doesn't he?
Honestly, you look at him and you think this was the easiest bet in Melbourne Cup history.
Yeah,
the way he's profiled, and we're all going, everyone's trying to find ways that he can't win.
Yeah,
as opposed to look at the reasons.
Probably because he was favourite. That was my big point, trying to get him around that. But now he's getting out to price. I think he's got to be all your first, everything exotics he's got to be in.
Yeah,
is like the weight for age horses are carrying 59 kilos,
and he's carrying
53. And you have to say he's a weight for age galloper after what he did in the Turnbull.
Yep.
Like, I'm actually kicking myself that I've got Valiant King on top, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Well,
we can back them both, and we will back them both.
And that's the point of the show, especially. Don't be scared to have one bet.
More.
Well, like my mum, she has 9 bets and then goes, "I got the winner." I'm like, "You lost $50, Mum."
More Fallons. He's the horse that's been back, Zach.
Yeah, More Bellins is well supported. We took hundreds into, $41 now. Gano just said about his mum. I can tell you a story when my mum asked me to have $10 on Prince of Penzance the last couple of years back, and I just said, yeah, no worries, and didn't do it.
Did you pay her out, Zach?
Couple of bonus bets in mum's account, Zach.
Oh, geez, that hurt. She was expecting $1,000 from me that day, or calling me all happy. I was crying in my hands. My God.
Yeah, I'll put it on, Mum.
What about
brutal?
Yeah, there you go.
So funny.
So we've just had a look there at More Fallons. One smooth operator. I don't think he can win. It's going to be too wet for him. Zach, has he been easy in the market because of that?
Yeah, you're right. It's we went up originally around the $17 mark, straight out to $31 friendless.
Yeah, not for me. This rain keeps coming. Back to More Fallons. He's my big roughy tip for this year. Strong tempo, wet track. He'll go really close, but one smooth operator, no.
Yeah. More
Take them
Fallons?
both on.
Yeah. So what about further? Any money for him, the 17, Zach?
Yep, pretty popular. Holding its price, but trickling away. I think it's a decent chance.
Hardest horse on the field to assess. Brings that Northern Hemisphere 3-year-old profile. We see Rekindling, Cross Counter do that. Tiger Moth ran second. So that's the profile. Is he good enough? 8 starts. I don't think you can say he's not good enough. Won't be backing him, but won't be taking him on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got absolutely no idea about him. So same as Dino.
Yeah.
Inconclusive. I don't think you want to lose on him. Like, if you'll probably want to throw him in your exotics because he just pop up.
Yep.
Parchment Party for Willie Mott. It's great to see him in this race, obviously coming from a Hall of Fame trainer in the United States. John Velasquez is a superstar as well, Johnny V. So that's a great story within itself, but he's a dirt horse and he'll get lapped there tomorrow, Zach. What price is he now?
Yeah, you wouldn't even know he's in the race at the moment, but he's $71.
Yep.
Nothing going on for him.
He'll start 100
Maybe just
to 1.
wind him out to 500s. You
Yeah.
might get a few bucks on him, Zachy.
He's a horse you buy to Calcutta hoping to finish last.
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
your money
Like
back.
last
Yeah.
year
Good idea.
when we bought the winner.
No, we sold Knight's Choice, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
Shane-
cheering because we thought it would come last.
Shane Bennett's never really he bought about Shane Bennett from Oz Equipment Rentals at our local Calcutta. He bought $20,000 worth of horses, and he drew out Knight's Choice, and
The only one he sold.
Gave it
now-
away.
yeah, we got for $250 or something ridiculous. And then the worst part about it, he thought he won.
Oh, we had to tell him.
We had to tell him we sold it.
Oh no.
Anyway, he's forgiven us because he still sponsors the show. Now, where are we up to? Parchment Party. Athabascan, surely not, but he was better there the other day.
No from me.
Yeah, he's going to have to be way better.
Zach?
No for me, friendless.
Goody Two Shoes should be friendless because Joseph O'Brien says she needs a dry track. She's not going to get that. Zach?
Yeah, agree. Not much coming in here.
No, one that will probably start triple figures.
Yeah, it needed a dry track, and a dry track would have been competitive. But
Yeah. I nearly put it in my top 4, Goody Two Shoes, if it was a dry track. But
Yep. Oh, I actually would.
yeah.
Yep.
River of Stars. How much money for this galloper?
Yeah, popular runner. 19, got into as much as 15, back out to 17. But look, was a good run at big odds last start in the Caulfield Cup, and I think it's going into a lot of people's exotics.
Okay.
Yep, grade me up this horse. Got towed up by Arapaho in a Sydney Cup over 3,200 in the autumn. One good run in a stack of handful editions there. Needs a fast tempo, that's its big query, but has tactical speed. So I'm going to say no, it can't win, but I can see why people like it.
Yeah, just typical of these Waller gallopers, all barring Land Legend, they're all starting to peak.
Yeah.
So, granted, what you're saying spot on, Dino, hasn't been at her best, but can only really judge her off what she did in the Caulfield Cup, and that was enough. She handles a wet track, she can win.
Grouse form, really, for River of
Oh,
Stars.
there it
I
is.
like that too.
There it is.
Royal Supremacy, Kira Ma, Robbie Dolan. Money for this galloper, the Metrop winner here, Zach?
34 into 29, little bit, not much.
Yeah.
Comes through the Metropolitan there, was good off a fast tempo on that run. I think the wet helps it. I know it has some soundness issues, but I don't think it can win.
Yeah, I don't think it can win, but it can finish top 10 for sure.
Yep. Then we go to Torresino. Mark Hunter's tipping this horse strongly. A few people are tipping him. It's a story, one hell of a story. The Horsham galloper that was second behind Smoke and Romans in a Warrnambool Cup, wins the Geelong Cup. Celine Gaudray gets her first opportunity, I think, in a Melbourne Cup. Zach, are they coming for the Horsham galloper?
No, but it'd be an awesome story if it runs well, but holding its price around $34.
I can't have it, but everyone I speak to has it in their numbers. So am I missing a trick? I'm not sure, Gano.
No, take it on.
Hmm.
Be brave.
I like it.
I can't believe there's no money, like it's the Ramaruffi as well. So I thought there might be a little bit more money for Torresino today. And then Valiant King, the 24. Surely it looks like I reckon there's going to be pace on in this Melbourne Cup. It has had pace the last couple of starts, but we're changing the guard with the blinkers on, going forward out wide. Valiant King, geez, he was enormous in a Bart Cummings, and he was sensational, I thought, in the Caulfield Cup. Zach, how much money for this galloper?
Can definitely win. I've had a little marker here because a lot of bets keep coming in for it. The majority, so it's 850 highs we've gone now for Valiant King, but yeah, very popular, definitely can win.
Yeah, definitely can win. Brings the Grouse, Caulfield Cup form outstanding back towards the inside. And has eaten up 2 fast tempos. Bart Cummings was outstanding there. I love the draw, handles the wet. And I'm just praying that Timmy Clark did what he did on Knight's Order on changing the guard and just makes it a fasty run race. I think when we wet track, we haven't touched on it, they do love to come down the middle to the outside. So I think all these horses that we're touching on that we like are going to get those ideal draws. So, yep, massive winning chance.
Can win. Definitely can win. On top selection, gone to a new level. I think the one thing that has me most excited about this horse is has a career peak that comes in, I think it was France. Nars, where's Nars, G?
That's France, yep.
In France, and hasn't got back to that level yet.
Let's run it.
So still has improvement to come. And of what we've seen, you see these horses from the Wally Yard, especially these internationals, like once he gets them going, they don't regress. And he can win.
I think they were bullish about his chances in the Sydney Cup, and they had to scratch him. And I think they're bullish about his chances in a Melbourne Cup. Top 4 numbers for you. We'll start off with Zach. You can go first. I'll go first. You go last. Then.
You go first. You go first.
I'll go first. My top 4 in this year's Melbourne Cup is Flatten the Curve. I don't know.
10.
I just think that when I watch his races and he's got this turn of foot and he smashes them. Now, this is a different ball game, but he's got similar form lines. Like he won that race. The Protectionist came out of when it won a Melbourne Cup. He'll love the wet. I know he'll stay all day and he's got a turn of foot. And he should be unbeaten for this new trainer that he's had, Hank Groove, who's a star. So
How's
Thor Hammer
Has
Hansen.
Hammer been in the ice bath?
No, he's just had a sauna, I reckon, old Thor boy, so he's ready to go.
Yeah.
So I'm Tim and Flatten the Curve at a price. Completely mad, I know.
I love you for it.
And then I've gone, I reckon Valiant King's definitely the horse to beat. Our Riffer, because he's classy, will handle a rain affected track. And I put him in because of the Mark Zara factor and Half Yours as well. I wanted to put Maidan in, but it's going to be too wet for him.
Yep, James
unfortunately.
will be devastated.
He'd be happy because he knows that I'm no. Yeah,
You're not going to slow it down.
Yeah, Dino.
The 4 for me, 6 Presage Nocturne brings the exact same profile as Dunedin. Won the exact same race over there in France before coming out. Dunedin won the Geelong Cup leading in. He goes for the Caulfield Cup. The 2 Buckaroo. I think he's somewhat bomb-proof. I think he gets 3,200. There's no worry for me. 24 Valiant King. I think we're all agreeing there. And the 14 Half Yours. The more this horse gets out in the market, the more I'm getting a little bit keen. I've been on and off, but the market's pushing him out. I think he's getting to a fantastic price. So 6, 2, 24, and 14 for me.
2 of the easiest Melbourne Cup bets I've seen since probably Efficient. Valiant King, Half Yours. Play them whatever order you want. Valiant King on top, Half Yours there. In for 3rd, River Stars. Flatten the Curve will be an amazing result. In for 4th, but
Flatten the Curve. We're getting some feedback about Flatten the Curve's selection today. Anyway,
Best roughie?
Flatten the Curve. Best roughie, yeah.
Best roughie, yeah. More Felon's my best roughie. I think if you're going to have something in your exotics, throw that in there. Top 10 hope.
My best roughie's Land Legend. What about you, Zach?
Prestige Nocturne is going on top. I'm adding Absurd. Having that lead-up run looks good. Half Yours goes in there, and Our River. I'm with Dino. I'll follow More Felons in as well as a roughie.
Yeah. I reckon Absurd's a great chance. I'd nearly have it in my top 5 as well.
You've got a lot in your top 5.
It's the one that horse.
Yes.
It's got 10 in his top 5.
Anyway, we've got to go to a break because I'm running out of time. There's our top 4s for the Melbourne Cup. We'll come back with our best bets next.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
All right, then, welcome back to Giddy Up. We've got to get our best bets in Melbourne and Sydney on Cup Day, Dino.
Yep, I'm really keen. We're going to go to race 9, number right down the bottom of the page, number 15, Surf and Bird.
Mhm.
Don't worry about there's no wet form. I'm hearing mail off our man Timmy Wilson that it absolutely swims. So that's my best there. Up in Sydney, in the highway, the favourite Petticoat is the hardest to beat there. It's
In Sydney?
Yeah, it's a really good bet, G, on a hard card up there.
Yeah.
Agree with you, Dino. Surf and Bird for sure. Race number 2, Mac Dane. I think we'll enjoy a bit of stinging out as well. And Randwick race 10, number 7, Sunrise.
Sunrise. Who wins the big dance?
No.
Gringotts?
No idea.
It's a little bit of rain around, so it's soft six currently. I think he should win the race,
Yeah.
yes. But he's got a lug.
He's clearly he's on top, but yeah.
Any suggestions there in the big dance or anything in Sydney, Zach?
No, I haven't had a good look. It's actually not too bad, the weather now, but yeah, it has been pretty ordinary. But big dance, no, not sure.
No.
I'll have to look tomorrow.
Hey, I've got the best mail I've got this week. The Carnival, the 2-year-old for Lindsay Park, the Pinnaturbo Galloper. It's a little bit difficult now with all that wet, with all the rain. Geez, I'm keen on one there. Johnny O'Neill's horse, St. George, race 6, number 5. It'll fly tomorrow.
Likes the wet, G?
Yeah, it does love the wet. Ludham, Graham Begg. I heard him on Saturday morning say this is the best horse in his stable. If that's the case, it should be winning that race
What
then.
race?
The Amanda Elliott, race 8, number 15.
Best horse in his stable.
Correct. Potential-wise, yep.
Turn it up.
No, that's not my words. That's Graham Begg's words. That's what he said to the Noonan boys on Saturday morning.
How good was his spray about Andre?
Yeah, it was.
It just sent him packing.
It was type of Sam Highland type of territory.
I'm
yeah.
glad because
Yeah.
I did my dough.
He won a Sydney Cup 3 wide, so you must just think that.
I
must just think that's the way to do it,
That's
is
the
it?
norm.
I'm going to take a break. We'll come back and wrap up Giddy Up.
Country meets Caulfield for the CF4 Stakes. Group 1 racing and family fun. November 15. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Before we let you go, it's been a massive show today. Zach Tumbury's, we've still got the 6-horse challenge tomorrow. 100,000 to if you can get all 6 right, unless obviously you hope
500 people got it yesterday.
500 got 6 from 6.
Yep.
And then you got a free hit in the first. So if you back a 2-year-old and you lose, you get up to $30 back. And Top Tote Plus is a no-brainer on Melbourne Cup Day with Bet365, Zach.
Yeah, looking at, I'm actually just pulling up the exotics results last year. They are so big across 3 national totes. So have a crack using us, because looking at some of the Top Tote Plus was the Queensland Tote, which was somewhat tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands in the first 4 pools, better than everywhere else.
It doesn't get any better. Have a great day on the punt, everyone. Gamble responsibly, but enjoy Cup Day. Hopefully the rain stays away. It's not too bloody cold, but it's going to be a terrific race. It's one of the best Melbourne Cups I can remember for quite some time. It has it all with the different form lines. Campbell Brown and Semi Highland, who have, if your horse stays as good as them this weekend, it will be winning the Melbourne Cup. They will be joining you on SEN Track next, and Johnny Henry or Paddy Doyle will be on RSN. Thanks, Zach.
Thanks, boys.
Good on you, Dino.
Thanks, boys. Enjoy.
And good on you, Mickey G.
Thank you, G.
Thanks for your company. I'll be back at Flemington tomorrow morning for Giddy Up from 8 o'clock. Have a great day.
I'm Amy Drew with SEN News. Optus executives have been grilled on day one of a fresh Senate inquiry into the telco's recent 000 failure linked to 3 deaths. CEO Stephen Rue admitting mistakes were made during and after the outage when the company became aware, attributing delays in notifying other agencies to the fact the offshore call centre believed the network had not failed. Victorian Liberal Senator Sarah Henderson says today left them with more questions than answers.
We have been shocked by what we have heard today. Optus never detected the outage, which is shocking. There were 10 different points of failure. There were 5 calls to the overseas call centre, which were never escalated.
The coalition's approval rating has hit a new low according to the latest news poll, tumbling to 24%. Opposition